Hello guys, how are we doing tonight? Sound check. Do you hear me loud and clear? All right. Great. Oops. 3 p.m. right on time, indeed. Mic sound a bit low. Is the mic low? Let me increase it a little bit. Is it better? Handsome bastards. All right. How are we doing today? Everyone good? It's been a good week for us. Now we have some Easter ahead. Been testing and polishing our upcoming roadmap patch. Yeah, so we had a small revert on a specific code part on the server, which we did, like a few days ago, to prevent some serious issues in the game. And that brought back some of the lag in Medulla specifically. We couldn't separate and make a patch for this because we are in between the roadmap patch. And since we're so close, we thought that it's better to spend the time on finishing, polishing that patch, and then go live with it. And that patch will include the Medulla fix, so there won't be any lag anymore or anywhere, hopefully. Yeah, we're fully aware. We have to revert big parts of the optimization on the server side. With that reverted, we are experiencing lag again. But we will be fine on this next patch. So last stream I mentioned we scheduled for 18th, so Monday next week. That is the Easter celebration here in Sweden. So we are changing that to the 19th instead, so we don't do any bad patching without full coverage development wise. So the 19th is the plan currently. So on Tuesday next week. And why not tomorrow? We need to do some testing. We are doing some final polishing before we are ready. Patch 19th, full wipe 20th. Got it? No. That's wrong. When you're fixing the dungeon wizard, depends on what you refer to fixing. But we've been doing quite a lot of fixes, as usual. What's in the patch? So there's quite a lot good stuff in this patch. I'm sure you guys have checked the roadmap. It's the first. We're finally going back to the bi-weekly content updates, which adds interesting stuff into the game. What the hell is going on with my window? That's odd. Did my browser just die on me? Looks like my browser is non-responsive. One moment. I don't know if you are hearing me. What the hell is going on here? One moment, guys. Is it live again? Yes. All right. We're good. We're still here. Great. So Tuesday is the plan. If everything goes as planned, we are set for Tuesday, and things looking good so far. We are just polishing and refining and testing and confirming everything is set. Close some of the 5,000 tabs. Yeah, I got way too many tabs on things. So Tuesday patch, again, for you that missed that the content in that patch. So we have some important housing functions, some polish and fixes. But some of the function that is very valuable is that house owners can now set a password to all of their friends so they can access the house and also use those specific chests that he decides to have shared with friends or guilds. So a very useful update that allows you to share house functions in a much better, efficient way. And yeah, we got the placeable functions, which means you will be able to place campfires. And placing a campfires also gives you a few mechanics. If you're resting next to a campfire, you get the double effect in resting and recovering fatigue, the gray bar. And you'll also be able to place the portable machineries that we had in the first game as well. So different type of benches and such out in the wild or wherever you want to place them. Campfires obviously also works as a light source, which is nice in dark places. We get the clade respec function. So if you messed up your clade build or new, just experimenting with them, you will finally be able to use specific item that pretty much make you forget the clades, and you can respec them. And we get some quite quality of life functions. You will be able to do the bank vendor commands to access those NPC services on distance. So you don't have to struggle to get through and click the NPCs anymore. You can stand on some distance and just write that command to access. So a pretty good quality of life also in crowded areas to help solving that better. And we also get the guard system, another layer of guard system that we also had in the first game to secure cities where it's meant to be safe for players. So that means if you see a target, someone being gray, criminal or anything like that, you can target him and call the guards, which means that a guard will spawn from nearest guardhouse pretty much, running to that criminal player to assist. There's been quite a struggle for us to get a proper balance on aggro stats on guards. I'm sure you guys have seen some guards not seemingly to respond and allowing criminal actions in front of him. And that is when that guard is already holding aggro on someone else. So they seem to be not caring, even though it's already locked onto someone else. So that will be obviously greatly improved by allowing players to call new guards to help in that situation. But obviously it does require action from players to call those type of guards. They're hearing in your range. Does that mean lictors will go away? No, the lictors are the highest security guards, the most strongest guard, very powerful guards. They will still remain in the game as they are. So those are the main points from the roadmap. Along with that, we also have a lot of fixes, again, polish in various areas. We also actually got a bonus feature that is being more expanded on with TC, but right now it looks like we're set with this function to enable the first step, which is you will be able to hire two types of NPCs, stable keepers and priests. Currently you will only be able to hire the priests for strongholds and keeps, while the stable keeper, the more common NPC functions, you will be able to place anywhere in any housing option. So there's a few things obviously that I mentioned will expand to this with TC, and that is specific assets, house types that you can construct that also have additional types of options and NPC services. So that will obviously give you more tools and options to define your city, and you decide what kind of city that will be. Will it be open, protected, or anything you want? And obviously those parts comes later on with TC. So yeah, we're taking one step, offering those two types of NPCs. Seems like they are set so far on test, so it's safe to say that those are coming as a small bonus. I already had a stable NPC. What? You don't have a stable NPC? But you will in our next patch, or as an option. Will house command let us... So we are not fully done with a few things like house trading, house deconstructs. Those two we will also add in... if they don't make this patch, which is looks like it may not, it will be in the next or something align that. So you will have further control with your house if you decide to trade them or such. Oh my god, another one. Spoof with the gifts. Thank you. We'll be able to place portable machineries inside our home. How will they work? So you will be able to place those anywhere. We have a few spam locks in place, right? So people can't abuse them too much in cities and locations to block off, or just spam light sources to hit client performance, because that's what it will do. But other than that, you will be able to place any of these portables anywhere out in the world where there are a free spot to place them. So kind of similar how you're placing a house, but obviously much easier to place on flat ground. There's not that many checks that makes it not placeable as a large house, obviously. So yeah, those will give you some interesting options as well to put up a temporary workbench in a few different options, and you will they will decay over time, yes, and you will be able to destroy them as well if you want to. So no, you don't have a specific co-ownership in this patch that allows you to have specific commands, but you will get the shared functions by simply, as a house owner, add a password and give that to those they want to share that house with, but not the highest commands such as changing those or trading. That comes next. We're adding additional options for those later. So yeah, trading a house will most likely not make this patch. It will be one of the upcoming ones. So yeah, so pretty much friends. It's similar to a friend option. As long as you have password, you only have to write this password once. You don't need a key anymore, and the house will remember that you have written that password as long as you're nearby or over a period of time. If you relog or such, you have to retype that password, or if the owner changes the password. There will also be a small cooldown on the actual door. We see quite some action going on with house interaction in different forms, and again, we try to make the balanced word make sense and offer proper gaming space rather than finding ways to abuse as much as possible, or so when you open a door, it will require you to focus opening that door for a few seconds before you open it. The same goes when closing. So typically you may not want to be mid-fights having someone hitting you in the back while you try to open and close the door quickly, because that will obviously be done at a greater risk with that. What about chests? You will be able to place as many chests as you want and set password on those. Depending on what chest it is, you can set a common chest allows you to also use the password on those. So all your friends or guilds just need a password and they will be able to access the house, stronghold, and the same thing goes for a chest that is set to that option. Does this patch include stable for houses? Yes, so like I said before, we're not adding the structure yet, but we decided that we still see that the priest and the stable keepers works. You can just place them anywhere in the house or stronghold, and as long as you can access them, you will be able to place pets on those. And like I mentioned, the priest is for stronghold and upwards, so stronghold and keeps in this case. Will we ever be able to push horses? We're looking into possible adding such function again. Yes, we see that there's a good need for it. When next patch? 19th. So next week on Tuesday is the plan. Stables for horses though. Yes, you will be able to hire a stable keeper and place him in your house.
Another one.
Yes, so you use one of the decoration slots pretty much when you hire one of these NPCs that you can hire in this next patch. So they don't come with dedicated specific structure rules for those services. That comes with the TC patch later on. But since we see that there's a big demand and interest for stable keepers and priests, we saw a way where we can offer those in this way currently. And word on bank NPCs? No, so additional NPCs and services comes later on again. So no bankers in this patch. You will use your chests for storage. And like I said, those chests are safe as long as you obviously pay the upkeep and have a password that shared on those that you trust. We'll be able to train stable pets. There's no training function yet on stable keepers.
Another one.
John Oldman, thank you for the subscription. 4 months. Yeah, we have collected a lot of data and feedback on taming. What are the main issues or struggles with them? So we have additional work on refining the pets' behaviors, how they follow. We know that they, can't follow through water and such, which obviously makes it a struggle to move around in the world with pets. So yes, we plan to improve in those areas to make sure that it's much more fluid to move around with pets. Doesn't seem a bit weird to have to retype the password unless it was changed. This is doubly annoying for streamers to make sure they need to cover their screen all the time. No, so you only have to do it once, Jonah. Write password once, but there's a few things where it doesn't save. Like I said, if you relog or change node, I think that's when you need to retype the password. So yeah, in some cases you do need to retype it for now. So yeah, if you're streaming, be sure to have a little window for overlapping that typing window.
Oh my god, another one.
You can always change the password, so if you mess up, be sure to check that. Just triple all pets' health, speed, attack should be good. If it was that easy, no, but like we mentioned, we have a little bottleneck when it comes to animation work, which is holding back a lot of content for pets. Obviously, we plan to... There needs to be room for gear, right? If we intend to have specific gears that you can craft for your animals, obviously they can't be too powerful without the gear, which makes them even more powerful. So yes, there are some room for armor, equipment, and such. But yeah, we see that we can improve functions such as pets following, making sure they follow, keep up better. Obviously, this is all tied to balance, right? Because if you imagine you're sending your pets on enemies and they're fighting, and then your pet is about to die, you ride off and call your pet, and if it has warp speed, you're always pulling your pet away from the enemies, killing it. So obviously we need to make sure that there's a balance factor in play, that if you're sending your pet, there should also obviously be a risk that the enemies can go for that pet and, you know, invest in a chase to take it down, and not just, okay, warp speed away from there, it's safe again, and getting healed and repeat. So so yeah, that is important part that we need to be careful about. So but there's ways around this, right, where we can make it more convenient for just casual following mode in the world, becomes a little bit more efficient. It's a larger world, so we understand that, you know, standing waiting back on animals too much is not too fun. Are access chests complete and tested? Yes. We are still testing things to make sure we cover anything we can find. And also we did change, so you can't place decoration furniture in the entrance slots, which is just a little stupid. So yeah, using that as a door is a little silly. So you won't be able to place something in the door opening anymore. Thanks for being here and answer questions. Quite cool of you. Yeah, sure. Thank you. And you know, that's what this is all about. Q&A time and updates, and anything goes. How's Necromancy coming along? It's coming along quite well. So it's getting there. We still have some time. So as you know, on the roadmap, Necromancy is scheduled to release in the patch end of May. We have a dedicated coder in going through it, just the same way as we did with ecumenical and spiritism. So he's getting warm in his clothes, so to say, when it comes to getting used to code magic for the game, which is awesome. So he's becoming the Magic Pro coder. Puts in what's up. So yeah, you know, all the design is finished. Like I mentioned before, there was a few redesign in the actual system. We're correcting the names as well. Some names were a little off, and refining some of the numbers as well. We had, you know, a few years of experience with the necromancy spells in the first game. A very awesome school, and it will change a lot, especially for those that really enjoy playing as a mage. You know, we constantly get the question, you know, I would like to move and cast spells, etc. Fully understandable, and this is where other magic schools comes into play. And Necromancy is the first school that we implement next that allows players to run and cast at the same time, steer or mount at the same time as you're casting. And yeah, there's some really cool tactical spells as well in Necromancy, really tactical spells, but also, you know, different types of damage spells. So again, it helps PvE, it helps soloing a little bit more, And obviously, it has a very exciting part in PvP as well. So Necromancy is a very cool school. So I know that a lot of you guys are looking forward to it, both from the old game, but also new players that just have seen or heard what it offers. So yeah, I'm very much personally looking forward to Necromancy as well. This time it's refined to perfection. If Elon Musk offers to buy Mortal 2 in a hostile takeover, will you accept? You know, I think Elon Musk is a very cool guy and obviously a brilliant genius in many ways. So I think that, and what's cool is also that he's a gamer. You know, he's been playing quite a bit. So, but I'm not sure what he thinks about this type of genre. I know he was a fan of cyberpunk, right? If I'm not mistaken. I mean, obviously, the question comes: would he be interested in pushing it forward in a way that fits our vision? Then, obviously, we are talking the same language when it comes to, pushing Mortal forward. So, but I'm sure he's quite busy with Twitter. Twitter action and his companies he's working on and getting us to Mars eventually. I think it mostly sticks to illegal stock manipulation these days. I mean that is the thing, right? Where big owners or with high reputation, whatever they touch or talk about, have a huge impact and effect. That's just simply how it is. And everyone else, like us smaller, obviously don't have that kind of power and impact. So yeah. Would you accept one-on-one? Whenever I'm playing and have time, I'm always dueling or doing anything fun like that for sure. Sadly, it's been hard for me to spend a lot of gaming time lately. We are very busy focusing on many different steps now. We just refined a new timeline when it comes to everything goes on within the company and the future of Mortal, and it's very exciting. And this is what I've been saying, that we don't see the release of Mortal as one step and that's it. We're not really rushed or too stressed or too concerned that we have a shortage of both interest, people taking a break, people waiting on content. It's all expected, and like I said, we're doing this for over, we're getting close to 16 years now, so we can expect or estimate a lot of the steps. Obviously there's many steps that is impossible to estimate or expect, but a lot of them we can do. So as always, our original plan, we prefer to start and grow in control. And we also know that every now and then, we need to pause a few areas to spend focus on, if there's new bugs, issues, cheatings, whatever it may be that is high priority, that requires some of our main developers' main attention, which obviously steals some time from their current development schedule. Unfortunate, but necessary in many cases. And quite a bit of that have happened lately, as you know, since release, and that is also the main reason for roadmap being pushed back. But we're getting on track again, and like we said, there are several steps ahead of us that will put Mortal more on our roadmap. So we are quite satisfied where we are now and getting excited about taking these steps forward. And yes, one of those steps is, as you know, releasing on Epic Games Store. But there are several more steps than that is very exciting for the game and for the future of it. And yeah, obviously, when a game can speak for itself in terms of exciting content and such, where people are getting back and getting excited and bringing friends and new people, joining in, then obviously that is the key goal here, right? To let the game speak for itself. It doesn't matter what me and the team says here on streams and such. We always try to be transparent and open and explain what's going on and what we are capable of doing and what's impossible for us to do as well. And obviously we are happy to see the support you guys are giving us. And as long as we have a growing player base with an interesting and supporting game by simply playing it and paying for it, that's pretty much what tells us we're doing something right and we're moving in the right direction. That is our main goal. And we are not here for a short run, that's it. We got a good influx of money and, we're happy with that. That's just the first step, right? We're here for many years to Mortline 2. We have just taken one small step out of like 6 big steps. Well, it's not a small step, I would say. Taking the step and releasing on Steam is obviously a big step. And it was a little bit too big in terms of a lot of people showing up at the same time that brought us some major struggles to deal with. But I'm 100% sure of where we will be in terms of server capacity stability, and now when we're finally back on exciting roadmap development. So it's getting very exciting. What do you guys think about Unreal 5? What do you think? Why risk breaking things implementing now when you can work them out in UE5 while we're drunk in our headsets ignoring reality? I feel VR implementation could really carry weight as there's nothing like MO2 VR. Yeah. So as you know, we always had intention and plans to step over to Unreal 5 as soon as it's possible. Just a few months ago, it was impossible to know when Unreal 5 will be ready and commercially ready for a released game like Mortline, as well in terms of the complexity and what kind of function we rely on. So everything we were coding when it comes to Mortline 2 was always in plan for Unreal 5. We knew what kind of language we need to step over to and to make sure it works with 5. It already started in the end of Unreal 3, actually, in Mortline 1, adapting to the new engine. So, and what's good is that Epic Games knew that there's a high value in supporting a transition from Unreal 4 to Unreal 5, which obviously is very beneficial for us as well. That simply just very helpful in terms of doing the merge for our game in the new engine. Taking a step from, when we did actually upgrades in Unreal 3 was actually the worst step ever we could do. It was just horrible in so many ways. Moving on to Unreal 4 was not too horrible, but obviously a huge task. And then just upgrading within Unreal 4 have been quite smooth transition. And we expect that, or what we have seen so far, the transition to 5 is not too crazy either. But yeah, we still need time. So we're already looking into Unreal 5, preparing and see, like I mentioned a little bit before, what happens with the performance, main overall performance. How is the level streaming system working compared to the old one? And obviously the new lighting lumen systems and all that. That is the big eye candy for Unreal 5, making it look just insane. Obviously, we turn that all off, it's going to look almost like Unreal 4. So obviously, we want to make sure that we can utilize those next-gen features, right? But it also comes at a cost. We need to prepare everything in the world to pretty much support it and make sure that the performance is not dying. It's one thing just to open up a scene or a small game in Unreal 4 or Unreal 5 and it just runs, it looks awesome. Obviously, a huge world like Mirland is quite a complex world, as you have seen. A lot of details, a lot of different biomes. And yeah, it's a huge world. Unreal 4 limit was hit pretty much for Mirland, while Unreal 5 is expanding those limits a little bit and also have built a proper level streaming system, and that is one of the big thing we're looking forward to really utilize. And obviously we have nanites, right? That is a very big thing that is helping us in a few areas in a very cool way. It both improves details of levels, but also actually improving performance in many ways. So that is a good win. But yeah, the big question in terms of performance we're looking at right now is the new lighting system in this huge world. The terrain we have built and how we have built Mirland. So that is, I think, the biggest step we're into now, and making sure that works. But yeah, we are progressing slowly but steady. Next to our normal schedule, we have different developers on the different tasks, obviously. We will sooner or later be able to announce a date. This is where we commit to Unreal 5. This is when we move over to that engine. Again, we are talking to Epic Games as well, involved in this, in trying to make that step as secured as possible, so we don't add new type of instabilities within the client. Still the best game out. Just need a few patches. Indeed, I agree. Obviously, we're all getting very hungry for new cool content, and also, we saw this very exciting, slow but steady growth since beta. Slowly, we're growing constantly. And that is, obviously one of the big reasons was that we got the core in a very solid state already in beta. And something exciting, very huge system every second week. Now, as you know, we can't obviously go crazy here and reach too much in terms of building whole new big systems and trying to crunch them in. We don't want to crunch valuable, big, huge new system that we need to rely on, having a high value and, a lot of investment from players in those features. So we want to make sure that whenever we build something new, huge and big, we need to take our time before we can deliver those. But we also know what areas we can, we have a lot of it already. We have some of it from the first game and so on. That's when we can be more efficient and take leaps forward. And there's quite a few things. The roadmap you will see now looks quite impressive. There's a lot of things going on, but we feel very confident as well because we have a very smart plan how we make this happen. And obviously, when these 2 months is delivered, we have 2 new months with some very exciting content. We want bug fixes. Yeah, and that is one of the main focus as well, always in the background. So we always put ahead certain focus for bug fixing, and also if there's anything that is annoying as hell. And that is also why we made sure we put that on roadmap to explain for everyone. Yes, we're also focusing on bug fixing and polishing, so we don't forget about that. New player here. I'm loving the game. Former feudalist, now a mortal slayer. Dane-ish. Awesome to hear. Are you Danish? I assume you're from Denmark. But awesome to see new players every now and then. And yeah, we are planning to enable the blast furnace and Great Notorious. Those machineries will be enabled along with this patch, because this is also when we get the main performance sorted on Mirland, which means the alt servers will be down, hopefully forever, but there are a few steps that we're gonna take that could, again, it's impossible for us to have control over how the population grow and how fast, right? We have seen that going up and down in various steps throughout the beta, throughout stress test, etc. And obviously, when we're taking a step into other platforms, we don't know what kind of spikes we may be getting. So we do then at least have a prepared step if it becomes silly again in terms of we're hitting new roofs, Q is becoming silly. obviously we then have a very efficient way to just toggle one alternate mirrorland while we continue to maintain that. But hopefully it won't be required, because we also have to consider a thing that the more players we can maintain on mirrorland, the faster rotation of players. Just a few hundred more actually makes a rotation happen much faster. So that means if we reach a certain amount of player, the queue will never go too crazy. Obviously, depending on if we get a lot more players on one day, then obviously that may increasing. But there's a very fast rate of rotation of players going in and out from the game, and that's also because we have one server and there's different many type of time zones, right? So when some people are asleep, the other one is playing, and there's always someone logging in and out around the clock. So the more we can support on mirrorland, the faster rotation, and that means we only need to reach a certain amount where we feel now we're happy with it. And this is also where it feels like it's getting quite crowded on mirrorland, and that's also the natural step towards additional continents. Can you go into detail as what the new alchemy content will be? Will be very similar to Modern 1 or different? So there will be some similarities. So we're talking about ingredients that have new types of effects, such as purify potions, H potions. You can modify all the different stats that you do when you create your character, so you never have to reroll due to I messed up with this H or size or anything like that. You will always be able to use component to change those over time as well, just as you can change skills. Slappiest Joe with a gift. Thank you. Holy cow. 127 gifted so far. You're killing it, man. Thank you so much. And yes, then we have some new effects and exciting effects. Obviously, we want to... This is also not just that it's one patch and that's it. There are several types of effects that we have plans for additional content, additional areas, such as when we have the assassination skills and functions. There are additional effects we want to add. When we deliver sea content, the underwater continent, there's additional effects we want to add. So I would say that over time there will be more, but in this one we're focused on some specific ones we're missing right now that, like I mentioned, one of them is at least H modifiers. And there are some other effects as well. So that's pretty much in short. What portable items are we going to be able to place? So pretty much all tables we had in the first game. I don't remember or recall all of them on a list, but you will be able to place quite a bit of these portable machineries. So we soon be empty if you keep ignoring the PvE players. We are not ignoring PvE players. We are actually making sure that we cover very big important components for a wide play style. We're talking about PvE, RP, trading, crafting, exploration, and PvP. We are not leaving any of these big components away from the game. We know how important it is to promote this wide area because it's all part of a true sandbox MMO RPG game. So one thing that is very exciting, I saw today is like, I think it's around 90% finished already, which is really amazing. We have a very awesome art team that is just producing a lot of content. So if you look on the development on roadmap, we have something that says point of interest, right? That ties heavily into exploration and PvE. Everything from solo content to larger groups. So it's not just a cool tree on the horizon. It's quite a lot more than that, and it will constantly change and evolve over time. And that is we got quite inspired by a few very solid games. We got some inspiration from, believe it or not, Elden Rings, very popular, successful game now. Everyone have probably seen it. It's always inspiring to see when other developers or games are making a huge exciting, cool world. How do they populate it? What kind of tricks do they use to make it just feel awesome? Obviously, there's a huge difference, right? Being a single game or open sandbox game world. But there are always some component that you can, in a clever way make some use of. So with the point of interest, we're actually adding, I think we counted up to 1,500 entrance points in Maryland. It sounds quite crazy, right? But it's required because it's so huge that you won't just see them everywhere non-stop because of the big scale of the world. So we believe that around 1,500 will be sufficient to make it feel exciting to explore the world once again and see what kind of changes or how the world evolve with these types of functions. So just an example, you will be able to see a very cool sceneries with this point of interest, from very small things that may not seem much, but there could be more, to a little bit more that is, exciting. Does Elden Ring have killing innocent players like MO2? How can't you see that? No, I haven't said anything about that. Obviously, it's two very different games, right? You can play Elden Ring alone. It's a solo single-player game as well, right? And Modern Line is not. It's a true open sandbox world, as I mentioned. So obviously, it's up to us to make sure that there's proper balance in the game world for all types of gameplay styles. And that is what we're heavily focusing on now. We're seeing where there are weakness, insecurity, and imbalance, and where people find frustration, etc. And at the same time, we want to stay very true to our core vision of the game, so we don't surprise our main target and doing a 180 turn or something like that. That many games have been doing for, specific reasons. We try to do our absolutely best in still offer a unique, true sandbox MMORPG with full freedom, but with proper balance and consequences. So there's room for murderers, RP, murder hunters, blue players, traders, RP players, everything. There's room for all of those types of players depending on how we implement the different things. So that is why we are focusing now on refining the guard function security, the flagging bounty systems that will give more meaningful control over your fate, depending on how you want to play your character, and also that allows you to engage in those conflicts if you're interested in doing so. And that will also hopefully remove some of that, take focus away from simply innocent noob killing, because that's what only conflict you can find right now, and you make use of that. And if you're lucky, some forces run out and give you more meaningful fights. We hope that this kind of focus will help promoting those away from the noobs that needs some time to get into the game before they get to taste the real danger. That will happen sooner or later, no matter what. Can we get rid of lore damage bonus? So that is important lore. So that is, if you have information of this animal and creature, its weakness, therefore you fight it better, right? It's one of those components. You can actually dedicate your character to be the bear killer of the groups. If you have problems with bears, your enemies have many tamers using a lot of bears, you can counter that in a few ways, or be more specified in trying to counter it, at least in an efficient way. So it's an important component to have in the game. And like I said, with additional pet equipment, then obviously that will be even more important if you want to be able to affect the efficiency fighting those type of creatures. Will the siege system be similar to Modern 1? Yes and no. There will be some major rewriting in the codes here. So first off, we see that we want to rebuild some parts when it comes to how you construct and use siege machines to make them much more reliable and fun, pretty much. We also experienced a lot of the frustration how people were fighting in the first game, how a siege was, what was fun, what wasn't fun, and we try to refine those steps and give more meaningful opportunities to have an exciting siege, exciting small warfares that a lot of people are looking forward to when it comes to PvP interested players. We want to try to promote areas where that really shines. And that also pulls away a lot of those unnecessary noob griefing bored PvP players, if that makes sense. We talked a little bit about, for instance, how you may start sieging someone's keeps. You may go there, start constructing your siege tents, constructing your machineries, and start shooting raw force. But that is not efficient. In a much more clever way, you may want to start hitting their supply lines first, making them as a weak target, which means if you manage to take out their 2 supply lines that every keep has right now, that means after a certain time amount, that supply lines have been cut off, and pretty much the keep is starving and it's on its own as long as those were cut off, which means that's when it gets weak against an attack. So that's interesting, because then we have not a fake magical shield where you can't damage something, but a more natural, bound siege mechanic that makes sense and also alert you, we may be under siege now, so we need to get ready, get the people online or whatever to prepare to defend your keep. It's not no more of those night sieges where shit, they caught us on offline time zone and we wake up, everything's gone. There's more steps now that is more natural and allows players to see, okay, we may be sieged soon, so let's get ready, let's prepare. And also what's fun is that it doesn't always have to be a huge siege with insane preparation, insane amount of work to be able to take something down like a huge keep, but actually you can start with more small warfare scales, hit and runs, going on for supply lines and harass your enemies, and that may engage in more small scale interesting wars, and it doesn't always have to be a huge siege war that was often the case in the first game. So I think it will greatly improve just on that layer. And then, as we mentioned before, there's more types of features that will promote exciting PvP for those that are interested. So there will be more types of conflicts in the game world that will naturally promote or create player conflicts. And the new update is planned for the 19th, so next week, Tuesday. So we're getting very close. We have Easter now, a few days. I guess everyone is having some kind of celebration with Easter, right? If I'm not mistaken. I don't have the full picture worldwide. But there's a few days off, I think. So it's a little bit slower tomorrow. And about fresh players and the bounty system, that system can protect the fresh players. So the next patch, end of April, that's when we're looking at the bounty system, which is a very cool, exciting system. I had a lot of fun with that system in Star Wars Galaxies, and I know some of you guys are coming from that old golden MMO as well, that also enjoyed a lot of that in that game. So we have some inspiration from that game. That is, obviously we're taking a lot of inspiration from mainly a few games. Ultima Line, Star Wars Galaxies have been two very big components. Ultima Line mainly for me, personally. But Star Wars Galaxy was also a solid game. I really enjoyed that game. Until they ruined it. bounty hunter in Star Wars Galaxies. Can you stop bounty targets from hiding in houses? I mean, that is one of the things. So we want this free open sandbox world where you can construct your awesome house, design and decorate, do whatever you want, and have some natural security in there. Obviously, someone can always siege your house. If someone wants your house gone, there will be ways to do that. But obviously that depends on your reputation and what you're doing in the game. Which means if you built a strong big house and you are secured in there, then obviously the bounty hunter will have a hard time getting you in there, right? But that means you're hiding in your house. I don't know how much fun that would be. I mean, many of those that are murderers and killing players is obviously interested in that kind of PvP element of the game, right? Which means naturally it may be exciting for him to actually be jumped off a bounty hunter, having a fight. It may be fair, it may not be fair, but every now and then you get an epic encounter and you either come out from that conflict as a success, a winner, or you lost, right? That's the nature. But in many cases, it gives this excitement. I remember, that was the birth of everything for me when it comes to MMO games. Having that excitement back in good old Ultima Online, being able that someone can jump me, try to kill me, steal my items, and I fight back and I win. That is awesome. Or if I were playing on other dark side and got into outnumbered conflict, exciting fights, and there's a risk and reward, loss and victory. I know we have a lot of those players that are excited for that type of gameplay also in Mortal Online, which this game offers, which few other games sadly offer today, which also makes Mortal Online unique. But it's important we have a balance here in the game world, so we have a thriving, growing world with all types of game players. So again, we're not calling Mortal Online for a PvP online game, or that it's so much more than that. But it has a important role in the game, even though you may not like or enjoy PvP. It's important to give that unique gaming experience. It can be good and bad, and every day is different. And that's also what makes the game exciting. You never know what's going to happen today when you log into the game. And you will learn to be careful, especially when you're carrying something of value or such. Increase the distance running colors of player names, guild vortex, etc. Yeah, so in this next patch, like I mentioned, we're getting back the full optimization step, and then we will do a new measurement. We always do that when we do updates on the server capacity, and using that we will be able to scale more of those steps. So we're taking it careful now, so we're not going in the reverse step in terms of capacity, but we're going to take a big leap this time. And that means as soon as we're happy with those numbers, we have full stability control, we can see all the data. That's when we were able to scale up the render distance again, and also pinpoint some of those important data that you want to see early on. And one of them is, yes, guild information. As you've seen, we have increased the name information. So if you know people by name, you will be able to identify them instantly when you're able to target anything. But yes, the guild identification comes later. It comes at the same time as you load, you get the character gear data, their armors. And that is a huge network optimization. And now when we're optimized and put those types of strains, loads on different types of areas of the server, we can offload that and then we can scale that up. So it comes in steps. And yes, we will do that soon in these upcoming patches. We're very close to be able to scale it up. Other people say this game is like Rust. I mean, there's a few similarities, right? coming from Rust, you have at least got the experience in what it means to getting in danger, right? Fighting, dying, losing things. I guess that is one similarity that can happen in Mortal Online. But yeah, that's one component, right? That is similar. Then we have a whole other type of gameplay in Mortal, and it's a persistent, huge world, and obviously you can meet thousands of players in one world rather than a few ones. Rust is not a MMO, right? But some of those mechanics, building your base, building some gear, fighting, killing, looting, and VoIP, some similarities. It looks great today. I hear that every stream. I think my hair was a little crazy today, but thank you. Priest question: are they public for everyone after you place them? Also, can they be read? So currently, anyone that can access them can use them. We will add function and options for the owners with TC upgrades. So again, we're taking this is we saw the possibility to make it as a bonus, allow you to hire a priest or stable keeper. There's a good value in that, right? And if you make them accessible, people can use them. It's that simple for what we have currently. There will be additional options for you as the city owners or the builder along with TC. When will it be more hard to get items to grind for? Right now, having completed all spiritualist spells and having 20k gold, there's nothing to grind for. Erizobores, my friend, we kept things away for a reason on release, because we know what release entails when it comes to MMO game. We knew that there would be hackers and crazy stuff going on, and anything goes on release days. So that was also one of the reasons we didn't want to postpone additionally to crank in huge complex systems like TC, fully fledged sieging, etc. Because just imagine if you have all those systems as well with high value hidden behind a lot of content, a lot of hard work, and then we got the chaos and we have to go through all those cases. You know what I'm talking about, right? So this is also the main reason. We wanted to start small, safe, and then scale it up from there. That was always our original tactic. Now we, started with chaotic, quite a lot more than expected, but now we're going back to a more controlled environment for us that we are used to working all the years. This works very well for us. Obviously, we want to be able to accept and handle as many players as possible, as fast as possible, any given day. But the reality is that almost no game in the world managed to do that perfectly, no matter what resources you have. And we don't have resources compared to those giants. So obviously we struggle at least as much, if not much more, than those giants. So I think I'm actually quite happy that we didn't prolong the wait and then get to access a lot more valuable critical components and then have a chaos and mess around that. Do you see what I mean? So now you don't have too much of that, not too much of the value, not too much. You can't build siege machineries and all that, which means if chaos hits, everything goes crazy in terms of imbalance, cheatings, dupes, abusing mechanics, killing keeps off, and just multiply that scale to insanity. then it's very much harder for us to go through all that, clean it up, and proceed from there. So I hope it makes sense what I'm trying to explain here, that I'm quite happy that we didn't have too much of those valuable critical components, valuables, and also dangerous tools in the game that affects whole guilds of hard work building a city or such. So I think it's good to take them a safe step. Like I said, we're not here for a quick run. You know, when people are saying the word, we're getting population going down a bit, that's fine for now. We're comfortable with that, even though obviously we want always a positive vibe and a lot of players playing. But I think that it's necessary also to make sure that we get all this in place now and grow in a proper state and implement these coming very important features that may affect a lot of players, you know, in a good or a bad way. So we need to be careful in having a proper balance and proper security on them. So yeah, that I think that is important. You know, to understand that we have a break of players, and that doesn't mean that that's it. We can't do anything. I mean, that is part of our plan in terms of, you know, it will be it's natural, right? If we are standing absolutely still and it's a bit chaos and madness, it's not strange that someone is taking a short break, especially if new big games are releasing right now. It's actually a good timing, right, to take a short break if you're getting frustrated of something specific, and we can take our time to solve that, improve the main issues that we're comfortable getting ready now finally, and then back on track that have been our plan for release. So obviously the plan, if things was smooth on release, we started slow, growing slow, everything in control, we would have these bi-weekly patches already on day one, right? Which means we would have quite far on this roadmap already. I mean, we would have covered all this already, but we had to put it on hold for good reasons. Like I said, we're gonna run Multiline 2 for at least 10 years. We are secured, we have resources, we are expanding, and we are very much looking forward to, you know, build the best sandbox game on the market. So the plan is to, you know, now when we're starting to get back to these steps, this is where we hope and plan to start growing again in terms of interest in the game and getting people excited again, just as it was during the beta when we were on this development stage. I hope it makes sense what I'm trying to explain here, that we feel quite alright with the current situation, even though we start with some chaos. Hey, you're a lore guy. You're gonna show me that new 2 black sampler info. Welcome to the stream, Mats. And sadly, so the guy that were finishing the 2 black got sick a few days, so he's a little bit behind his schedule. It doesn't mean that Necromancy is in danger, that we have good measurement in terms of the content that the artist is producing. But yes, my plan was actually today to show the 2 black, a really awesome creature that you'll be able to construct with Necromancy. So sadly, but next stream, I'm quite confident that I will be able to show you a sneak peek of the 2 black. And I can tell you that the step up from our old 2 black to the new one is just awesome. I'm really happy with what I'm seeing so far. But yeah, one more week and then we will be able to take a sneak peek into the 2 black. And I'm sure that Mats will be able to talk a little bit about our 2 blacks. What is it? What does it mean? What's going on? There's obviously a lot of thoughts and cool things behind these functions and creatures in the game world, and it's really awesome to hear the meaning and lore behind them. So Matt's obviously our guy when it comes to the lore. We are working on adding that as well. So along with Necromancy, I really hope we can offer a lot of cool things in terms of lore, hits and bits in different ways in the game world as well. So when you're looking for becoming a necromancer, that should be very exciting starting with this next school. When Necro requires ritual stones to summon the pest like a line. Yeah, so this is where we refine it a little bit, right? So yeah, in short, you will be able to construct a ritual. It's nothing you just very quickly cast a spell. You need to kind of prepare that ritual. You need to have the right components, and obviously you need to have carcasses, components to construct your creatures. And like I mentioned, we are remodeling all creatures in the world now have pretty much zombie version. So this ritual allows you to simply raise that dead animal or creature again on your control, and with the right ingredients you will be able to construct something that is called a tupilak, a quite specific ritual, I would say. When it comes to fishing, there are some fish that bite too hard and snap. Strong line, fishing skill 100 within 5 seconds. Whether they are giving a line or holding them in place, the line snaps. Yeah, I've noted that there are some imbalance in terms of... so there's a few factors, right? There are different types of fishes, as you know, and they all have different types of strength and size that have that impact on your tools. And yes, some combinations here puts it out of the limits pretty much where it's reasonable to be able to counter for that kind of pull. So yeah, the component here is that we need to rebalance this a little bit. So whenever you are within that extreme power pull on your rod line, you don't just hold it like all fishermen do today. Holding it minimizes strain. When you're reeling in and it pulls, it maximizes strains. But there's a third step, right? And that is when you let go of the line. That should remove the strain on the rod and line instantly. And this is where the balance is off, as I understand it. So it still is too much of a strain, even though you let go of the line. So it doesn't allow you to give that room to let it struggle, release it quickly so you don't snap the line. And as soon as it's tired, that's when you reel in, and keep doing that very carefully, because if you just hold there, the line will snap when it's in that high border. And I've read it correct. You were releasing it, right? Giving him line. Yeah, exactly. So you are playing it right in that terms, that you need to give it line or it's gonna snap. But if it snaps anyway, the power is too strong. And when the line have run out, there's no line left on the rod, then it's gonna put a strain again. That could be the case as well. I'm not sure in this exact situation you're referring to. But yes, the balance is a little off when it comes to that combination of very powerful fishes, which obviously makes it close to impossible in some case to catch some of those. So that is one of the things that we gonna tweak. Yeah, I was giving it line and it still snapped. Yeah, that's what I mean then. So you played it correctly, but and if there was still line left on the rod and snapped, then yes, the power is way too strong, and we need to fine tune that power so it doesn't put a strain on your line when you actually let go, which is the right thing to do when it's that powerful. So we need a little bit of time to refine those. It's quite difficult to get in the sweet spot, because you've seen how dynamic it is in terms of different types of sea creatures and different sizes and weight and strength. Some of those combination goes out of the normal ratio we're looking for. So yeah, we're doing some fine tunes every now and then to try to find those sweet spots. So we will get there for sure. Okay, I'm confident. Are you that 100% of dupes and transform materials have been removed from the game. So obviously when this started to happen, we saw what kind of additional eyes we need to have in the database and what's going on to expand on those areas where it's difficult or very time consuming for us to see what is going on. We always need to be sure that that is effective, right? That is the main component to handle something like a dupe. You know, all MMOs in the world have dupes, more or less, and I'm sure you have played many other MMOs that go through very similar challenges. So obviously we also expect that, of course, why wouldn't that happen to us, right? So the key here is obviously to have powerful tools that allow our team to efficiently identify, find, and work with it. So we always prepare that we know it may happen, and then we can work with that. So we have improved those tools additionally to be able to see exactly what's going on in a very efficient way. And obviously that is the key tool for us to very efficient also deal with it and also remove those players from the game. So we have done huge steps there where we saw, okay, we need to add even more time to improve this or that area. And we've been banning a lot of accounts. It's the sad story, but necessary. And again, I hope that anyone that hear rumors that you can do whatever you want, you get away with it, and then bam, you do something silly, get banned, and write to us and hope for forgiveness or any story that there may be. We can't lift those bans no matter what. So it doesn't matter. There is no story that will change that. Just remember, don't try anything stupid if you care about the game and want to be able to play it in the future. Make sure you follow the rules. And if you find something bad, wrong, or anything that you suspect, shit, I may have done something that is not allowed here, report that at all costs. Because if we see afterwards you have done something like this and haven't reported it, we can very easily see what you have done, how you have traded, and all those steps. And sooner or later, if we, see that, sorry, but you have done something wrong here, we need to act. So don't get fooled by those that are building these hacks or methods trying to make money on it, because obviously they make more money if they manage to fool you and get you to buy things. It's just stupid, right? It's thieves, it's criminals. So the only thing you do is risking your future in a game. And like I said, this is just the beginning. And in a year from now, Mortal 9 is going to be the best sandbox MMO in all time with a very exciting population and position in the world. Then you will regret that the rest of your life because there's no going back. So yeah, I just hope people are thinking, twice before doing something stupid. I've got a few sorry stories, and there's nothing we can do. When we have fire arrows, so fire arrows comes along with TC functions. So we have a lot of cool sieging mechanics, both on the defensive side, but also on the offensive. And fire is a strong component in a lot of these areas, which means, one thing is that you will be able to put your arrows on fire, and when shooting those on a target, then obviously they will also add fire damage to that target. Especially sieging components will be weak against fire, so that's where they may be quite useful. When can we get fishing achievement titles? Yeah, so it's really awesome to see we have a very active fishing community in Mortal 9, and it's just awesome to see a very cool group of players that are just really enjoying the fishing part of the game. And that's awesome to see, because that's what this game is all about. There's so many different small games in one big game, right? And that's what makes it very fun. So and we do have the list already finished with what kind of titles for fishing. The coder that was implementing the first batch of titles did what it could with the time on that list. And yes, fishing is not too hard to add, right? So I really want to add that first list of fishing titles as soon as we possibly can, because every day I see so many fishers in the game enjoying their time. So obviously we want to make sure you can unlock some cool titles as well. And there are some very cool fishing titles that is really hard to get. And when you figure all that out, then obviously it's going to be even more exciting for a fisherman to unlock those types of rewards as a fisherman as well. So I will see when we can put that in as soon as we can. Demo man, will the Lexicon Necrobook play a role in Necromancy? So this is something I want to discuss further with Mats. There's so many things that I'm going through with Mats. There's always something, that, we had a discussion on that the first time in Model 1. There was a few reasons we want to. So again, one of the things comes down to player PvP balance is always a very important key factor. We don't want PvP to be overturned by extreme loot tables or gear or something that, it's a different outcome if you have grind this rare book, for instance, for months and you find it and you can do this as Necromancer, which no one else can, and it's superior in PvP. However, in PvE and other areas, we see that is perfectly fine, right? Again, we want to make sure that PvP is a player skills and there's a balance in it as far as it's possible within the balance in Mortal. So I hope that makes sense. But with that said, I'm still not 100% sure if there may be a small bonus just straight off when it comes to also effectively using the spells. Again, I wanna discuss a few things with Mats when it comes to this one as well. So we will see. We still have a little bit time to figure out some of those interesting side bonuses, I would say, before end of May. When will you add brothels with TC? When will mages get a castable light source? Elementalism is getting closer. It's one of those schools we want to have early on, and that offers you one of those. There are a few more spells that will offer it though, but I will say that Elementalism is most likely being one of the upcoming. So we're looking at Elementalism, Staff Magic, and Mentalism, I think. Yeah, I think those three are very popular, and they also offer a wide type of options and styles for all types of mages, So I haven't really decided yet in what order we're looking at here. But it will have a few light options, and we're getting closer and closer to one of them at least. Did I miss? Okay, let's see. Two-part questions. When will there be taming titles? Also, when will level 0 to 25 horses be unrideable young horses? These level horses are breaking market prices. Yeah. So in the first game, when they were too young, you couldn't ride them. They have to be a little bit older before you could ride them. And yeah, it does have some kind of impact on mount market for sure. So I can see that. Titles. Let me take a quick look. I thought we. Yeah, good question. We will add a few taming titles, hopefully along with the fishing titles. I think those are two very solid and quite easily straightforward titles to add to the game. So we have to see where we can fit them in. It's not a huge thing, right? But someone needs to do them anyway. And Dominator titles is pretty much the same thing. So when we get the taming titles, we get the Dominator titles. Will fire arrow be super effective versus house when offline? Would it be possible to just run around on a horse and shoot fire arrows on every house you see and see them destroyed by flames if the owner is not near or online? No, fire arrows is not a sieging component to destroy a house, so that is not doable. No, sieging mechanics, you require proper sieging machineries to take down a house, like catapults, trebuchets, wall breaker, a big machine that requires quite an effort to construct and also use. So in the first game, we actually had an interesting wall breaker machine where the more players that were actively using pulling and pushing timed, synchronized, the more power and damage you dealt, which was a quite cool concept that worked pretty well, which obviously this time we want to refine even more. So it's going to be a cool type of teamwork to be efficient with sieging machineries. Fire arrows is more to hold back, a quite efficient way to hold back those people that are using the sieging machineries, I would say. So fire arrows is a decent counter against offensive siegers, I would say. Okay, nice. So solo guy will not be able to just run around and destroy half of the world. No. And obviously we can all understand why that would be bad for the game. You know, we all want the game to grow and thrive, right? We are a lot of players, so we can have all kind of interesting conflicts in the game. And if we shut down big component that is end game for a lot of the players, and then obviously we're pushing out players and also killing huge features that we invest a lot of time and resources into, and eventually they're not being used. So it's always a very thin line as well, where that balance is maybe heavily affected. So we're very careful this time around and making sure it's easier to be safe than sorry. It's easier to be safe and underpowered than overpowered and, you know, destructive in the world. We learned quite a bit from the first game. Okay, please open a house door from the inside. Apparently, people think they can use the main mechanic to hide in a house and get your loot because you want us to suicide, which isn't fair, especially if we survive the fight. So what has happened towards that, we have been looking on some of that. Like I mentioned earlier in the stream, we're adding a delay on opening your door. So obviously there's a mechanic that puts you as house owner or password owner that you can access your house. But it wouldn't be practical, realistic, or fun if I'm mid-fight, running to my house at the same time someone is hitting me in the back. I'm opening the door, quickly shutting the door. And you couldn't follow or do anything against that. It's quite unnatural, right? When you're filling with your luck on your house and a murderer is running at you and you don't manage to open in time, it's game over, you know. So we changed it that it takes a few seconds for you to open it, and it also takes a few seconds for you to close it. So you need to consider this and adapt to that. You won't just be hit, run in, close the door in 1 second and annoy the crap out of everyone, and you can't count for that or do anything about it. This time around, you may not have to run into the house because you're actually risking opening door, and that door remains open for quite a while, which obviously can end in a greater disaster for you as a house owner. So when opening your door, make sure that no one is following you in or fighting you. closely. It's a risk, right? You can still, okay, I may have the time. I'm taking a shot. I'm trying, and you just in time manage to shut the door. Fine, but there's a balance factor, and you will see that taking one step with this next patch as well. What's the plans for Necromancy? So we have awesome plans for Necromancy, really exciting stuff, and I'm quite heavily personally involved in trying to do something I always wanted to do in the first game, but I couldn't. This time I'm doing that, and I'm having a lot of fun. Necromancy in the end of May is gonna be a blast, and I'm super excited to see how you step into Necromancy. And I guess I have to get a camera to monitoring that without spoiling it at the same time, because I really want to see that kind of reaction at first hand. So my hope and request for you guys, do it or don't do it, is that if you want to discover Necromancy and you're going for it, do me a favor and record that and share it afterwards. I mean, I don't mean share the secrets, because they're going to be secrets that is really exciting, but I want to be part of that first time experience. And the cool part is also that the players it's up to the players to reveal a lot of that secrets. That's always a thing with Mortal Online. There's going to be a lot of option for you. If you figure it out, you have the power to pass that knowledge on to others. So obviously I want to take part of this first time experience for everyone that taking the first step. So if you don't mind, and it would be cool if you would record your progression towards that, because I'm really eager to see it. And then whenever, if people are figuring it all out, sharing the information, then feel free to show everything. But it's gonna be cool. I'm quite excited to see how it progresses. And again, this is also opening up for future types of content in a similar way, but also in very different ways, but reusing a lot of the same mechanics that makes the game world feel more exciting. Hidden clues, riddles, things to solve, and it could take a day if you're a genius and do things right, or it could take weeks or even months. And that's the beauty of it. And obviously it's always impossible for us to know how long will this take to beat. That's why I'm so interested in following up and tracking everything, logging everything. Okay, the guys managed to beat this school or these riddles or dungeons or whatever it may be that is intended to be a specific type of gaming experience. If they manage to beat that this fast, then obviously that also gives us a nice kind of baseline for future similar content. So we always want to offer, I tested these steps on my girlfriend, and she got really excited. So holy shit, what you're describing is like a movie. Feels like I'm going through a movie. And that's exactly my intention behind this, to give a very unique MMO experience that you don't typically see in an MMO. At the same time, bind this to the game lore and universum in a very cool way, so it makes sense and fits. And I want Mats to add his magic on a few areas as well, obviously. So it's going to be exciting, and every school again is very different from each other's. Crop Disco Mouse, Crop GMs, Harrison Wheel, Staff Sports. Winter Mute, I'm gonna tell you a thing, we do not have any corrupt GMs or anything like that. That is a silly accusation or something stupid from 10 years ago, when we actually made a mistake and used players to help us being counselors, not even GMs, but counselors that gave us some powers. And some of them went corrupt, and we learned hard from that mistake, and never again. So never again will I allow my freaking baby in future in my life that I spent all my life in to get any corruption, any crap, or any shit. So don't bring that in here. Then you're banned for life. That is very personal to me. So no bullshitting, no corruption in my team. That's it, period. That's it. And then of course you can trust liars or whatever, wherever you have found this information on, but then go ahead and trust those bastards. No, obviously, just think about it, right? I'm not here to do something that is a little bit fun and that's it. I'm spending 16 years of my life. I'm invest everything into this project, and I want to make a living on this, and I want to have a bright future on this. Why would I do something stupid and corrupt to kill my own baby and future and company? Just stupid, right? And I'm not stupid. So please think for yourself before commenting like that. That's the only thing I'm asking for. No baby killing. Agree. Staff magic. The question is the school of the necromancy. I guess we could do a new vote again to see a little bit where it lies within the community. Obviously, there's a few things that we want to point on that, what it actually means and what it gives. Because obviously, the more you know about those schools, the better your votes can count, right? We have elementalism, we have staff magic, and we have mentalism as the three schools that I would like to see early on. So most likely after necromancy. The question is which school we're starting with. Can't kill a dead game. Now we have another one. I guess we need to start having a mod. Usually people are quite understanding in here. I mean, we haven't even released the game on all platforms and started. I just explained in 1 hour that we're very happy to be in this step and we can control things and progress in a very good way. Roll back and hear me say that again and stop commenting stupid things like that. It's just unnecessary in here. Thank you. Animalimentalism. Make animal care secondary. So poisoning comes with assassination skills. It will be on the roadmap as well. We haven't got that far yet that we are pinpointing in what order we are looking to see all those things yet. But yes, you will be able to utilize poison in an effective way with certain skills, and obviously potion making effective poison, and apply that to different things such as arrows, weapon types, etc. And obviously there is to be a factor balance in play here as well. Ignore the trolls. Good suggestion. But I mean, we usually are totally open here. And I'm totally fine with any questions that is relevant and, you know, there's 1 second thought behind it. I have no problems answering anything as long as it's not coming from a 5-year-old kid that went lost and just accidentally got in here and is trolling everyone, obviously. So you're right. I'll try my best ignoring that, but it's just in my nature that I want to be able to be transparent in answering anything, because like I said, I feel this is my life work and I want to share that with everyone. If you don't like it or agree, that's perfectly fine. We live in a free world, right? There's thousands of other games, and pick whatever game you want. If you don't like this, I won't get mad at you.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Favorite color? Tricky one. I'm not sure actually. I usually thought that green was pretty nice. But blue is also pretty nice. Black is always very fashionably nice. Trick one. Or mage getting a buff. With every single magic school they're getting a huge buff in terms of totally whole new gameplay options. So every second, every Magic school, I would say, Magic are getting completely new gameplay options. And like I said, end of May, you're getting Necromancy, which will be a huge game changer for those that are interested in Magic. And then we have, 12 Magic schools in total. So when we're starting to progress even further beyond Mortal 1 Magic schools, then obviously we are very far. And this time we will expand into Magic much faster than in the first game, because now we have developers dedicated on various areas, which we didn't have in the first game. Joanna, will you be able to put priest and stable muscles inside your stronghold? Yes, you will. Like green too. My eyes are green. My eyes is also green, actually. It's a pretty good color. We'll be able to dismount other players as base mechanic. Yes, there will be a few different options to dismount someone. There's the heavy blunt damage, which you have now to dismount. We have some magic that will be able to dismount. Specific lance mounted weapons will be able to dismount. Specific moves, special moves in certain weapon groups will be able to dismount. And what we're also lacking, again, like I mentioned before, we do have a bottleneck in terms of animation power, manpower. One important component is that you can actually fall on your butt and have to stand up again. That is a natural, very important balance, right? Now, if you dismount someone, you're instantly on your foot, and there's not a huge penalty in being knocked off, right? So obviously that is also affecting balance. So we wanna expand our animation manpower to be able to get to those important animation steps as well. Hello, with Unreal 5 we get more FPS on same PC. That depends all on what kind of optimization we are able to do with the transition from 4 to 5. There are several steps we need to go through to make sure that performance is solid. It's too early to say where we are looking at here. Obviously, we don't want to go down in performance. That's a big component. But if we just enable lumens on every eye candy Unreal 5 has to offer today, it's going to look like a freaking real world, but you will have a hit on your frames compared to what you have today. So the trick here for us is to try to get a lot of that sweet graphics to look like real life world settings without killing the performance, obviously, and that's the challenge for the team. And it's too early to say where we're looking at here now. It would be nice if we are able to give those types of function as options as well. So if you have a killer machine, you may be able to crank up, enable those functions. If you have a worse machine, you may be able to disable some of those, so it may look more like Unreal 4. So it's a little bit too early still to know for sure what we're looking at. Can you explain staff magic? The way I think of it is you build your staff and it replaces your spell book and you scribe spells into your staff. So you can essentially have like one spell from all magic schools. Can you please explain how it will work so I can stop making myself running? So yeah, in short, so I guess, like I said, we may be doing a more in-depth explanation before we may open up a vote option just to see what would be the one after Necromancy. But in short, for staff magic is that, yes, one big component is that you need to craft your own staff and bind powers into this staff. You commit quite a bit into your staff because the staff will be working as a key for your spells. Losing your staff, then yeah, you'll be quite gimped as a staff mage. But you still have the knowledge in your spellbook, and what that means is that in one way we represent the spellbook as your memory, and this is also why you don't drop your spellbook on death. It's like a representation of what you learned in a codex tied to your memory. So you will still have to obtain the staff magic scrolls in a similar way and scribe those. But your staff is the key of how you use the magical powers from staff magic. So a big component of being a staff mage is actually being able to craft a proper staff for your style. And that also modify how you are, what kind of staff mage you are. Losing your staff obviously means you have to get a new one. So there's quite some value in this. And this is also, again, we are looking at a few ways, a little bit similar to trinkets, but not in the same way, where you may lose your staff, but you're also binding some magical powers in a certain way, so you can craft a new staff without too much time consuming, or even buy a staff from another staff mage and overload those powers again to that staff mage to utilize it. So we want to find a good balance where it's very interesting to make specific staffs for your style. There could be a staff trade profession, and then also how you can utilize that without losing everything you worked for a long time because you died once, someone took the staff, and all that power invested is gone. It's more like a key that will be gone for it, so you can always replace the key again at the cost. So yeah, just short in general what we're looking at when it comes to the crafting part of using a staff. And obviously you will be able to wield this staff as well as a weapon, so you can reinforce the staff so it can be a decent wielding weapon as well. Crossbows soon. I don't know when we're looking at. Like I said, when we are through this 2 month of roadmap content patches, we have 4 additional patches that we will pick. So one part is, again, like I said, to make this complicated puzzle to work. We are a team of 30, small team still, but it's still quite complex how different developers are involved in the different parts of what is required for who to finalize a feature, etc. So it's a puzzle to put this together to see what we can get in a effective timeline with all the developers. So that is also a determined factor, combined with popularity of that feature, obviously. Sneak peek. All right. So what I managed to find today, again, like I said, sadly, I was hoping to show the tuple, but I couldn't. So what I'm showing today that I found in last minutes, I have something is a work in progress on another bonus that actually is not on the roadmap that we are adding, I think, in the next patch. Actually, we weren't sure where we would fit it due to a few technical complications, but this is the most challenging of them all. So when this is done, the rest will be a little bit more easier. And what I'm talking about is different types of shields. So I'm going to show you a draft. It's not the final design, but I want to show you what I'm talking about. So here you can see our mighty tower shields. And yeah, as you can see, they're quite huge. This character is a 180, so like a mid-size human. So 180, quite tall. And as you can see, that tower shield is covering his whole body pretty much. You'll only see his toes and head peek out a little bit.
Another one.
Bert McSquirt, thank you for the subscription. For a month. Division. So yeah, this will be a quite effective shield to protect you from a lot of physical damage in a very efficient way. Imagine if you are a small, and this is the thing we talked about, which I think is quite interesting and cool. Again, talking about a open sandbox game, you're free to do whatever. Imagine if you are a 156 one. What is the smallest one again? Shiva or Ogmir, making him as small as possible, and give that character this tallest, biggest tower shield. It looks quite funny. It looks like a moving tower shield. That's all you see. You cover the whole body. So first we thought, maybe this is not good. It's crazy because you behind a shield, you can't see. You have to move the shield on the side. But at the same time, we thought, hey, this is like real life. It's pretty cool, right? So if you want to use that shield to go past 50 archer or whatever, this is a very efficient way. They won't be able to hit you, but you will be severely limited by vision, right? And obviously the big guys and the big Thursars, Calars, will use them more efficiently without, covering your views. So obviously you may want to specify your needs here. If you're a small character, you may want to go smaller on the tower shield to make it more efficient. But I think it's sandboxy fun to offer you that, even though in many cases it may not be efficient. But there could be room for that. Was brilliant. No one can touch you using that moving tower shield. There's a weight factor obviously involved here when it comes to balance, and depending on how you craft it with frame and decoration and materials. So again, interesting experimenting here on what you may want to use and fill around with to find your needs. So this is the classical square tower shield, and then we're looking at different types of shapes as well over time. Of course, then we have the other types, like kite shields is one of them. And I think that's more like a mix between tower and round shields, so in terms of technical wise. So that's why we picked extremes now. The round, easy ones, to the tower, very specific ones. And if we make this one to work, the rest is much easier. We have like a system lineup for the rest. There's the natural balance when it comes to weight to these shields, and depending on your strength, how effectively you will use them. So there will be room for experimenting for sure. This is not for the next patch. The next patch is already on Tuesday, next week. And this design is not 100% finished yet. We're still playing around with the design a little bit. And how you carry and use the shield is getting in place, but we are polishing it right now, so it looks good, and we'll work with all the different animation combinations, like spear shield, one-handed sword shields. All those combinations is many different animation states, which is a lot of animation work. And that's, again, it all comes down to manpower in terms of animation. We really would like to find another animators that can help us, because we have so much content we can add in our upcoming patches if we just get more animation manpower, such as everything from creatures to player gear to pet equipment is one big one. Everyone wants additional pet equipment and saddles so you can mount those other creatures. The only thing holding us back is animation manpower. Any news on TC? People are exploiting the lack of siege weapons too hard. TC is, like I said, it's a huge project with several different steps, which we are planning, redesigning some of the stuff that we weren't happy with in the first game. Things are getting in place. We are progressing. You see it under development. We need more time to refine it. Before we are getting confident in having proper testing rounds, and we may even do a special branch to let the public go in and play around with some of these mechanics because, again, it's a very sensitive system. We want to make sure it's stable, balanced, and fun. So we need to take our time to make it right. TC and sieging and stuff was very exciting the first month in Mortal 1. Everyone was super hyped, had a lot of fun in the game, and then slowly people found strength, weakness, ways how to abuse some mechanics, get past some mechanics, and all that natural progression. And then over time, more and more thought, this and that isn't fun anymore, this and that isn't really good balance anymore. Those are the key components we are rebuilding now. We want to make sure they are more fun, interesting, and secure them in terms of reliability and that they're stable. Is very important because it directly impacts player housing cities, etc., which is of high value. So it's progressing in the right direction, but it's still too early to go in great detail. And like I said, we may let everyone in on like an open test server for finalize that step. Can you add die? We need guild colors, please. Yes, that is. So again, you have to wait on the next roadmap update we're doing. We're getting into those areas as well. We know it's a very wanted feature, very effective to be able to obviously identify friends from foes in gear, and also designing your guild emblems and colors. It's a really fun and cool feature, and also very useful obviously when you're on a battlefield. So yes, we have that quite high on the list, and you will most likely to see where it goes in the upcoming roadmap that we're going to update as soon as this is getting done. Yeah, all the armors have been prepared for the dye system. All the soft tissues on armors, etc. All clothing, obviously, and banners and additional banners we're going to add will support the dye color, but also your guild emblems. So we want to allow, we're building a system that allows you to design your own unique guild logo emblems. And obviously you pick your own color by creating the dye. So cool system, it's up to you. You'll be able to put a huge banner flag on your stronghold or keep, and there you will see your guild emblems and your colors. And you'll be able to use those on capes and tabards and wield your own personal flags if you want to. And yeah, you can match obviously that color on your soft tissues on your gear. So you will be able to run around in fashion by your choice when that patch hits. Maybe on shields as well. I'm not sure at this point. We are trying to obviously support as much as such we can, because we know it's something a guild will want, right? But again, it comes down to the technical limitation or performance cost in this case as well. So we will see. Will Stronghold Priest be usable from outside the Stronghold? You need to be in range for the priest. If you can access the priest, you will be able to use it. Where do you see adding a second character is on the roadmap? I can't say, and again, it's a sensitive topic for a few reasons. So one, we designed the whole system in terms of skill system, the professions, and the future veteran system to be focused on one character per account, and also to give you enough depth and options and excitement, but at the same time still have some limitation on your character, because we want to promote player interaction, player trade. So what you lack and you don't find too interesting in going into, you can always trade or buy from others, or you can complement each other in a group or a guild, and you pick what you're excited about. Because in the first game, we noticed people thought, I'm doing my 10 characters and I'm the guild's crafter in everything and I hate it. I don't remember which character it is. I log in. I don't care about the character. I just mass craft and I send it to my friends and then we run out and fight. We try to make sure that everything is more that if you don't enjoy that, you shouldn't be able to have to be forced to do that. There should be a functional market and trade and tools to efficiently allow you to focus on what you find fun, and you don't have to fiddle around with that. And obviously, hopefully, now with the split profession skill tree, you will pick what you're excited about, and then maybe your friends or guild or whatever complement by picking what they find exciting, and the rest you have a very powerful broker system in the game where you can trade and such. And with that said, we also understand that with growing more skills, more styles, more magic schools, it's understandable that it's gonna be hell to pick one, right, or a few on one character. I feel that myself. I don't know what to pick anymore. So we fully understand that view as well, that offering a little bit more, that you can play like two characters, two totally different styles, and you can have fun with them going back and forth or whatever. We fully see that point as well, that there's a value in that. So we want to make sure we have the balance of protecting the reputation that we always value highly. Like I said, you invest a lot in one character and you kind of care about this character because it's a big component this time around compared to it wasn't as big component in Mortal 1. You had to play silver characters pretty much. So down the road, I said that we're going to revisit the Diva system, the idea behind sharing reputation, etc. on one account, but still maybe offer a second character to offer that more option. Because like I said, we are going to have a hell of a lot more options in the future. Already this year, you're going to have a lot more to choose from, no doubt. So obviously, we understand that. So yeah, we will revisit and see, does it fit? Do we want to commit to that step? Is it correct? Is it good for the game and the player base? Then we will take that decision. Good guy players need some love. Indeed, and I think the bounty and flagging system coming the next patch, as in the end of April patch, will help clarify that a lot more. There's always been a problem or a challenge in Mortal where you feel forced to take these murder counts, you're forced to engage, and then you have to work on that negative standings, etc., without having proper control. We want to refine that control, that now you will be able to have declared forced wars with all the enemies, and you never ever have to think about murder counts or standing loss again when fighting those groups and guilds. We have the bounty system that's gonna give interesting conflicts between obviously bounty hunters and murderers in two very different ways. So again, give interesting specific tools for those players that are interested in controlling and engaging those areas rather than randomly being forced upon a lot of this currently without a system that kind of separate that. Henry, can you tell me when we will have to pay monthly? So yeah, we're getting back now to having the stability we need and capacity we need, hopefully with this next patch, because then we have all the work being done on the back end fully implemented, and obviously we need to make sure all of that is running correctly, we're stable, we're good, and we can measure the data and see our new capacity. That means if we're done with that, that means we are back on track in terms of increasing the population, being able to handle more players on Midland, proceeding to the next step, awareness again, cranking it up on Steam. We are planning a date with Epic Games platform. And then every second week, we are delivering interesting, exciting gameplay content people have been waiting for. So obviously we need to take the step soon to commit to that original plan, going back to that work schedule, which obviously means we need to be able to start subscription. Obviously, we want to make sure that we deliver good stuff, interesting content, and continue on that path so players feel it's valuable and worth investing, supporting, and playing, and getting obviously something great in return. So we've been on hold for quite a while, but obviously for good reasons, right? So we will update when we have those final dates iron out. Yeah. Don't really deserve a sub, T-Sony, then you're free to leave. That's perfectly fine. If you don't think it deserves a sub, you don't want to support us, you just simply don't pay, and you don't play, and you don't support us. That's perfectly fine. And obviously we expect people to think that. I don't think you're alone. That maybe there are players that are looking forward to more TC functions or other magic schools or more PvE dungeons, whatever they're looking forward to. Wagons, ships, it may be anything down the road. So they may be waiting to commit when that is arriving into the game. Understandable, right? Because we are here for many different reasons, right? That's the beautiful thing with Modern Online. Some people are here to fish, you know? They enjoy the fishing system and engage in everything else that ties to when they're fishing. Some are here to craft and do business on trade, brokers, player interaction. A lot of people are here to PvP and PvE, etc. And you know, it's perfectly understandable. If you don't think it's not worth your sub, you don't have to act like a 5-year-old and laugh, oh, it's alpha, it's beta. You don't know what that means, clearly, but it's perfectly fine. You don't pay for the game then. Keep your money and play whatever you want. And jump in whenever you feel interested in trying it. That's the beauty. It's a free world. You take the commit whenever you want. You know, it's up to everyone else. We're not here to force or fool or trick anyone. It's a free world. We offer something unique. This is what we offer. And I'm explaining what we're doing. And it's up to you to do the rest. You know, it's that simple. I'm going to play more than 2 and you cannot stop me. I cannot stop you, spoof. As long as you follow our rules, then I cannot stop you. Obviously, we hope that we have the continuous support we had so far, and it's been amazing, and that a lot of you guys are showing that you want this type of game and you think it's worth your money and time that you spend in the game. And obviously, for us to be able to continue working, continue expanding, and make it even better and greater and faster, better and greater, we need fundings. It's that simple. We don't get anything for free, and this is our job and work, so obviously we can't give it for free either, sadly. If we got money any other way, then obviously we would be able to offer that for free if that was an option, but it's sadly not. So again, it's a free world, open world. I mean, just looking at the player interaction, that activity we have is all. If half of the activity is committing, then we are in a very exciting position to be able to keep growing and expanding. Obviously, that's impossible to say until we enable subs. But we also see that even from those that make such comments, it's not worth $15, and they have spent 1,400 hours in the game. That is crazy to me, because $15 for 1,400 hours. What the hell kind of value evaluation is that? That is nuts in my world, but that's my personal opinion. I may be nuts for thinking that, but I think many of you understand what I mean by that. If you invest more than 1,000 hours to something and then you bash it and don't think it's worth anything, then why have you spent so much time in it? The math doesn't add up correctly in my world. But yeah, what do I know? It's good value for the money, period. If you spend so much time in it already, then obviously something must be worth spending that time, right? Because if you don't like it and spending over 1,000 of hours, I don't understand why you would be tormenting and punishing yourself by force playing it and then not think it's worth buying the game. Just spread that out over what kind of monthly or daily amount of money that is, and compare it to go to the bar one weekend. It's ridiculous. Game's fun, but I've never paid for a sub-based game, and not gonna start now for an unfinished product, that's for sure. That the Rage Master, I wouldn't expect anything more or less from you, my friend. That's perfectly fine. Whenever or if you think the game is exciting or worth committing to, you are welcome to do so. We have many years, backed up for this, and just this year alone gonna be very exciting for the game. It will grow in a very exciting way, and hopefully a lot more players that may be interesting will find, holy shit, now we can do this and that in the game. Now it's time for me to join. I'm looking forward to it. Gonna see 1/3 of the player count if you make subs needed right now. For sure, for sure. If we don't commit by adding exciting gameplay content now when people have been playing around with it for quite a while, us standing still, it's natural that you want more tools in the sandbox, right? So that is why it's so vital for us to start going back to the roadmap finally after 3 months of delay. That is the only horrible thing in terms of, it's not exciting to stand still for 3 months when we had a very packed, exciting bi-weekly update content that gave a lot of tools and sand in the sandbox. The more tools and sandbox, obviously, the more exciting and things you can play around with in the game world. And the more players that show up, the even more fun that will be on different scales. So a requirement is obviously to start delivering these features that people want to play around with in the game. I've been really enjoying the game. I'm happy to hear that, Marsh Air. So no, the houses will not allow priest functions at this point. We need to proceed to the TC function to give you those kind of options in a certain way. The stronghold is big enough to allow some of these services in the stronghold starting from the next patch, and the keep also, obviously. When you think we'll be able to read some other animals, I'm excited for elephant mounts. Again, it comes down to the animation bottleneck and how we prioritize the work for the animators we do have in that field. There's so many things that always requires animation. That is also why we're expanding in the animation area. And it's not very easy to find the animator skills we're looking for. But we've been slowly expanding, and we hope to be able to expand a little bit more so we can also put more dedicated man-hour on mounts, because it is in a certain prioritized order where our minimum animation manpower will be on mounts again. But if we manage to find additional animators, we can put that simultaneously on mounts, so we can do them at the same time as our other animation required work. So I can't say for sure exactly when. I play beta in Modern 1, and I've been playing it ever since then. And I will also play Modern 2. That is awesome to hear, Mafioso's long-term Mortal player. That is awesome. Any luck solving the issue with the single overpowered node city? Yes. Next patch will hopefully have solved it. So far, our tests we have done show that it's been solved. Then we had to revert that server build for a few things that went kaput. That is why you have severe lagging, especially on Medulli node at many given times, because we can measure what is happening between everything that costs in the server, and that Medulli location is always quite extreme in terms of that kind of data. It looks like we have solved it, and we're gonna measure that data when we have patched on Tuesday, and then we will crank it up from there. Human love, light armor love, dex weapon love. It's interesting to hear the different rotation of human is too OP, everyone is playing humans, and then it's Alvarins too OP, everyone is playing Alvarins, and then it's Ogmirs too OP, everyone is playing Ogmirs. And then there's been the Thursa era, and it's nice because we see a rotation happening without us changing anything. And what does that mean? What does it tell us when we have a very even spread cycling through and picking all the clades we have to offer? Can't wait for toxic play, just leave. I mean, that is also a thing. There may be some burned out players. This is not for them, but they may not have anything else fun to do, so they may be here, bash on things, throwing things, killing things, griefing players. And when it starts, when you're required to pay to commit to the game, maybe they will disappear, right? And that's not a bad thing either. That's a natural life order of balance in our game. So we will see. I'm not the Gigashad. Maybe the developer version of it. I don't know. There'll be subscription deals like 20% off if you subscribe for a year. We will most likely, yes, offer 1, 3, 6 month, maybe even a 12 month with discounts. Yeah. The jungle crash zone. I've heard about it. I haven't seen it personally. I asked some of them that experienced it, said if you can just make a specific crash report when it happens, write something we can identify and find this week. Know this is the one we're talking about, because obviously we have quite a different types of reports. So we know this is the one we're talking about. I asked someone to do it, but I never got back from them. So I can't personally confirm this is the one we're talking about. And yes, this is the status about it. But I know, yes, that there's a widespread report on a specific location in jungle that causes a crash when you transfer moving over a certain, I guess, a level stream area. So maybe one of my guys are fully aware of it. Maybe they already fixed it. I'm not sure. But yeah, we can identify it by if anyone go there, you get the crash, and there's you can write in the crash report, right? If you write a code name for that specific crash and click submit, and then send that code name for us or to me, I can identify that crash in our backend system and see this is what happens, and then I can know if it's what's going on and if we have fixed it or can fix it. So if anyone is there, feel free to write a code name and commit it and send that code name to me. Loving the game for what it is. Don't worry about the haters, Henrik. Find the beast. Thank you, thank you. So the question, do you pay attention to the in-game politics sphere? So the thing is, I obviously I know that there's a lot of politics going on in Mortal 9 and in such game. That is one of the big part of this game, both good, negative conflicts, all kind of in-game politics, right? And it's just part of it. Some of it I hear a little bit, I catch a little bit, but I also right now spend so much focus on the development that I have to say that I'm quite distanced, I would say, to know exactly what's going on between the different guilds and what kind of reputation they have and so on. I always or quite frequently have streamers going on in the background when I'm working, etc. It's quite relaxing, and every now and then you can snap up something valuable by watching those streamers. So it's for a good reason I watch them as well. And obviously watching some of them, I get to know some of the active guilds that are playing. I'm sure you guys know what kind of guilds I'm talking about if you're also watching some of those streams. So some of them I know a little bit by just hearing and watching them every now and then. But yeah, I can't say that I'm too up to date when it comes to all of the different guilds and their respective reputation and such. The Twitch info below. Do I have out of date Twitch info? Have I missed something? Maybe I have. What is the information? Get beta access. Good find. Yeah, that is an old picture. Good find and thank you. Yes, I should absolutely update that old picture. Yeah. Thank you. Drunken advice. I will remove that. That's a big shield. It's the tower shield. It's the biggest shield type you will be able to craft. Not in this patch, but I think the next one. So obviously, as you can see, there are several types of things going in that is not on the roadmap. Some of them can be quite exciting and, you know, giving some cool options. It's always a challenge to pick which one deserves to be one of the main components on the roadmap that we know for sure this is a big focus. Obviously, we know the list, right? But where do we draw the line? And shields, yeah, it's one of those. Just bonuses going in. I can draw better than that. What can you draw better than what? Osadica coming along. It's coming along quite well along with the Unreal 5 development. It's kind of hand in hand because that is the merge and transition to big world construction, merging Milan and the new continent, how that they will work in the same system in an efficient way. So we're progressing slowly but steady. The tiny elf be completely covered by the tower shield. So that is the thing. We were discussing that today actually. We gave the smallest Shivra the biggest shield to see, okay, as long as it doesn't go through ground, etc., become, you know, breaking visually the immersive or believable setup, it doesn't work, right? So, but we took it to the extreme line or where the edge is like, okay, he can hold it in front of him. It's kind of almost standing on the ground and he's fully covered. It looked a little hilarious. And then when I played it from the first person view, I was just completely blocking my view. But if I put it to the left, obviously I was watching, but I have full block. So it kind of makes sense that, this is a sandbox game. If you want to carry that huge shield, maybe you want to carry that for a very specific reason. And maybe you may want to go to the smallest tower shield to cover almost your whole body, but still have better visibility for that small character. So we decided actually to go for it because, as you can see, obviously we need to make sure the technical challenge is from the biggest character to the smallest, that the same animation system works, because we can't do unique animation sets for every single character. That would just be thousands of animations. It would be ridiculous. So we need to have a clever system that works dynamically with all the different scales and proportions. This is a 180 character as an example. So you can go up to 225, right? The biggest combination. The tower shield is still big in his hand, but obviously you will see the feet and the head quite easily. Still a very large shield. So that's why we didn't want to make the biggest smaller until the smallest race could use it without blocking its view. So we thought, let the small one fully block his view, but he will be a moving tower shield. It looks a little bit funny, but it can also be useful in rare situations, but it also could be that maybe not too effective, so they may go for the small one in most cases. But an option, at least, optional. That's one of the cool things in a true sandbox game. If you want to, you want to. Small is 150, potentially 149 for shrink food. Yeah. That's what we tested it on, I think. So, but yeah, you will simply have to look on your right side to look past your shield when you're wielding it, which is fine, I think. Or you simply have to go down to the smaller shield options. But that is because we want to be able to offer a very big shield for the big characters as well, covering their bodies as an option. Can please add being able to rename your food? Yeah, we intend to allow you to rename everything you craft pretty much. That is the goal. Again, I can't say exactly when. There's quite a few of these good quality of life functions that we have on a list that we want to cover sooner or later. But guys are be open to player credit things like outsourcing some modeling to players through contests, etc. My friend would love to make armor, weapon, materials, etc. for the game. There's one challenge with this. In a perfect world, it sounds perfect, right? Anyone that has the skills or interests, want to help, contribute, whatever, that is very powerful in many ways for many different types of situation, different business, etc. There is one challenge though. Making a game like Mortal Online is very different from making a game like Dota. I know of programs for many of those games where you can be a contributor, you can fulfill the requirements, and you can submit gear, skins, etc. And I see that, yeah, sure, why that may work for Mortal Online as well. But there is one additional layer of complications here, and that is we have spent a lot of time to create very specific systems behind our characters and gear, and that is one of the big work that is unique for Mortal Online, and that is also one of the magic behind how the hell can we have 300 characters on the screen, being the best character looking in any game so far on the market, and still run around with 30 to 40 FPS. I haven't seen any other game handling that so far. But there's a reason for that, right? We have spent many months, even years, in this system to refine them and make them as optimized as possible and still looking like a next gen visually. So that obviously puts a lot of specific requirements on a working pipeline, which means you need to follow a very specific workload pipeline, different rules and setup, and then how to implement it in our working environment and engine is additional steps. So it's not that easy. It sounds like, if someone were contributing with a lot of cool content, it sounds like, we would be foolish not to just put it into the game. But that is the problem, that it's not that easy as it sounds, and specifically complicated for a game like Mortal Online. So that is the only reason why we haven't really taken that step, because that question came up over the years several times. And there's a lot of very talented, artists out there that for sure could do something really cool for us that fits. But yeah, the only thing that prevents us from actually spending time to try to take care of it is what I just explained, that there's so many steps that we know that we almost need to give it to one of our artists, and he needs to go through it almost from scratch. So it's like, how much did we benefit time-wise from that model? You see what I mean, right? But yeah, with that said, maybe that change in the future if we refine set up a program for that to be more efficient. But again, we lack the manpower on our side to kind of create that pipeline to support it, I think, at this time at least. So yeah. Devils Online does that, able to run at 30 to 60 FPS while looking beast, because they let you disable shaders and it doesn't... where the hell did it go? What the hell did it go? I missed it. It disappeared. Yeah, I played Black Desert Online. It's a beautiful looking game, but there's quite big difference when you how I play it. I mean, first of all, it's a third person MMO, the traditional view where you zoom out and you see the whole mess in front of you straight down. You don't render that many forward because you're looking a little bit more down in many cases. And those character is not even near the quality of level when you're in first person up close and comparing it to our characters. So it's like 1/4 or 1/5 in quality level and details. And yeah, the first person contrast third person is making a huge difference. In Mortal 9, you're standing there in real life looking over the battlefield and you see all the players in front of you. And they're all in insane detail of level with physics and real-time combat, real-time calculation on every body part of your character that is pixel perfect, and real-time traces of your weapons, if you have armor there or not. Nothing of this exists in Black Desert Online. But yeah, they have good-looking characters and they have a decent performance, I think. But comparing it correctly, it doesn't really get close, I think. I would even spend more than 1,000 hours with more character slots. I know, I understand. And like I said, we will revisit that idea and feature a bit down the road when we have, reached further with solid, exciting content for everyone to enjoy. How do you feel about Elder robes that with stats on them or non-stat, maybe soulbound, clothes so we don't have to be naked coming out from portals? Yeah, it's a question to Mats as well, I would say. Again, the lore behind this, what happens when you transfer your energy from the other world to the living world, etc. So depending on those rules and what could fit and allow that energy to transfer, because that's also how it ties to the logic behind it or the lore behind it. Maybe there is a way. You know, right now we are like Terminator being sent back in town. You can't travel with anything but being naked, remember? Can I have more keybinds customization for combat directions? Would make a huge difference for a lot of people. Big fan, by the way. Sebas, yes. We have got that request from pretty much late beta. And yes, we have it on the list. We will sooner or later offer more customization for sure. We know that people want to have one key for directional this or that, directly tied one of the buttons. And yeah, we see that there's no reason not to offer it. But again, we have our timeline and schedule where there's a high priority of order and features that everyone wants and need now, as soon as possible. And then, yes, we will reach to quality of life functions. And this is also one, a little bit quality of life, I would say, that give you better control for your playstyle. So, yes, I don't know when exactly yet. I'm not sure what kind of combination we'll be able to have with lances, shield and lance combination. There may be some options in the future, yes. When can I dominate the spider? Please. So we have a very strange compilation error in Unreal Engine 4 when some of the domination stopped working, and even now some of the taming stops working. The Panther, Black Panther, for instance, you can't even tame, and it's the exact same function. It's the exact same code. It does the same thing, but when compiling, those specific combinations just stops work, and there's no logical behind it whatsoever. And we have spent quite some time to just try to fix it. It just doesn't work, and it's something in the engine. It's just crazy. It may be solved in Unreal 5 magically as it doesn't work, or we simply have to rewrite part how it compiles to solve it. So it's stupid because it should work. There's nothing wrong in the codes, but something goes wrong in the engine when it compiles. So that is the reason for why we haven't spent more time in something that is stupid. I'm not trying to blame Epic Games here, but something is very strange there in the engine, and that may not be a problem in Engine 5. I don't know for sure, but obviously we have to fix it somehow sooner or later, especially when we get to more functions. We have Beast Mastery, specific components that really makes domination and taming push it to the next level in terms of better player control, player skills involved with powerful beasts, and that is also the natural balance factor to use powerful beasts. Then obviously the core foundation to actually be able to dominate them is a core function, right? So obviously we need to cover it along with those functions soon getting into the game as well. Hi Henrik, I'm red-green colorblind. Are there any plans in the future to make the colors for of the UI adjustable? Yeah, that is a tricky one. We actually had conversation with colorblind people to help us pinpoint some of these things to make it as good as it possible works for those that are colorblind in different ways. And obviously, if we are able to give more options for you to tweak different color rules in the UI, then obviously that will give I guess players that are colorblind even more control over that to try to fine tune those to make sense for your needs. And I think that also goes along with, like some other people asked for here, if we can add custom hotkeys for directional attacks, etc., to customize how you fight in the game. Quite core function that you can customize. So yeah, for sure, that's something we want to offer and support. Again, the question is when we fit this, when we're able to spend a few waves in those quality of life and improvement areas over high prioritized game content that everyone is screaming for right now. So yeah, we have to see down the road the roadmap. You mentioned that you're trying to hire animators. Are you able to hire internationally? Will applicants need to be authorized to work in Sweden or EU, or will you be able to sponsor required visas or have remote options? Is there a place where job requirements and qualifications are posted? Nanny Apple. Yes, we accept anyone worldwide. We are actually having the majority of the developers is working from remote and very efficient. We have a very proper pipeline set up for, especially on the art work, where it works very efficiently. And animation is one of those that we are working on remote as well, quite a lot. So yeah, that's fine. And if anyone is interested in you, or you can send an application to our email. info@starvault.se is one of the emails you can send your applications to, resume and portfolio and all that, and we will the developers in those areas will go through that and reach out. So yeah, for sure. It's possible to put customized tab bars for guilds. Yes, that is the purpose when we... So one of the upcoming roadmap function is dying and guild emblem design system. And this is it. Will we get battle staves? Yes, that is the staff magic school. One of the 3 upcoming schools in now after Necromancy. And you will be able, you craft your staff in a very specific way. It's a very cool crafting system to build your unique staff. That is the key for casting staff magic spells. But you can also wield it as a weapon. Can you describe how the random events world would work, like Rise of Salting Cranish? So, as I mentioned over the years, we have quite a lot of plans when it comes to events and happenings in the game world. We have prepared for, planting those seeds in the lore on the website as well. Some of the big threats that is constantly, near Midland. We have the threats from Harabaltor, which is the homelands of the Risers. The Tagmatons threats that is, happened as well recently before they disappeared. So we have quite a lot here in plans for in different scales and in the future as well, that will also expand on next to the AI being expanded on as well. There's a few tools and functions we are working on to enable there's both automatic events that we just click start, and then the AI will handle some different steps in the game world. The player can participate, and we're looking at combining that with events. You've seen some of that being posted on Discord, that there will be some things going on when it comes to in-game events. That will be different types of events tied to lore and on Midland. Mats is involved in this as well to make sure that we are covering the lore in a proper way, and makes the game world just more exciting and interesting and alive for players to participate in or not. When it's great in that, and Blast Furnace getting turned on. If I'm not mistaken, it's getting turned on the 19th. 19th of April, next week. How big land area-wise will Sarika be? How many square kilometers? It will be quite close to Milan. I think that we're quite happy to have Milan as a threshold, and it's also that the larger you go, there's a few technical things that becomes complicated. And the larger you go, slowly odd things starts to happen. Now, personally, I'm not 100% sure if this changes in Unreal 5. I know that they see the natural evolution that they need to support a large world in an efficient way, because many games are going for larger world nowadays. So we know that they have done improvement in the level streaming system that was out of date in Unreal 4 that we also need in Mortal Online. But we think that it's a pretty good threshold measurement. Milan is large, very large, and obviously adding, imagine 5 Milans eventually with 5 continents. That is one huge world of Nave. So I'm not sure we're gonna go much larger than that. The giveaway's already been. Holy cow. Almost forgot. We have a giveaway, guys. Let me start that one. Holy cow. Almost forgot. Let me let's do it, guys. Yeah, let's do explanation mark MO2. You already guys done it. Let's do it. Explanation mark MO2 to participate. Yeah, getting people adding up now. Put this fans art on for now. Give it a few minutes as usual. The Henrik minutes. And I will see if I can catch some questions up here before. No, so strange. I can't scroll up more. I used to be able to do that. Why? Strange. Is that not possible anymore? Or am I imagining that wrong? That I was able to scroll up infinitely on Twitch. Because I can't anymore. You should give away 3 months sub cost for MO2. So obviously, along with the payment system and all that, we are enabling functions like that, giveaway codes, game time codes, etc. So yeah, that there will be more options for that, and also contributing back to content creators, streamers that are promoting the game and helping us with awareness. Obviously, we highly validate that and want to do our part in promoting you guys back again. So we are doing our best in promoting you guys, streaming our game, being content creators, giving you tools and rewards as well. We're looking to add specific drops for our game when we are releasing on the different platforms, and doing the next release step, releasing the release game trailer, starting marketing again, doing these specific drops to give you some cool candy for your viewers, and yeah, possible game time giveaways, etc. And I guess the minimum distance that stronghold can be placed next to each other's going to increase. I'm not sure. There is a minimum distance that we know that we need these for wagon sizes that needs to be able to pass through houses. And also we currently made the distance so that you can't block someone else's houses from upgrading. There's a check to make sure you can upgrade your house. And I'm not sure if we need to further change that currently. Shrubby. Will Steam handle subscription? No, so we are partnering up with one of the world leading payment provider that will offer worldwide different paying methods, including regional prices with security, which is very important for us. So it's a third-party provider that is one of the biggest in the world that handle all that security, because we don't work with payment solutions, so we only work with the game and let the best in the world handle that payment solution for us. T-zoning, what the hell are you talking about? You want to give away a key to a banned player? Zoning, I don't think you belong in Mortal Line. You have so much hate and negative things going on. And I think that's the only thing I heard from you since I ever saw you step into Mortal Line. Why are you here if you don't care about the game? That's the big question everyone wonders. So you can use Turkish VPN to get 75% off sub. No VPN. That is one of the security measurements obviously we need in place. No cheating, no illegal stuff, no bypassing. Hello Henrik, thank you for this wonderful game from the guild Le Lis Ecarlate. How was my pronunciation? Le Lis Ecarlate. French. Don't say it's Klarna. No, not Klarna.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
T-Extreme, thank you for the subscription. Keep the good work. Thanks. Thank you. When it's great on that and blast furnace turn on. 19th of April, next week. Are going to do advertising? Yes. Gonna crank up steps again along with the next step of releasing the game on additional platforms and making more awareness. And different types of promotions for the game. Obviously, we want to make sure that we have the capacity we need for Midland and stability, and start progressing in this exciting roadmap so people have even more stuff to play around with. Wellman with the subscription, thank you very much. I'm giving away copies to those that are banned. Am I really? Am I? I don't think so. I think third party outside of Steam sub is the right direction. Keep as much of that money as you can from us. What the hell does that even mean? What does that mean? We pick it because we want to support regional pricing, because we know there's different value and currency worldwide for good reasons. But obviously we need to make sure that the right players from those countries who are paying for the game, right? Or it's fraud. That's a crime. It's illegal. So obviously we are talking with the world-leading payment providers that do this for as their company products. We're rooting for more like Hoto or Odin Seed. I heard something rumor about there's a conflict between them now. I mean, I see all of them stream a lot. I think Odin Seed is constantly streaming, which is awesome to see. And there are a gang of hilarious, awesome people because it's very entertaining watching them stream. Just look at that Snaz guy, or the, what is called again, the Bard name, the Odin Seed Bard. It's pure entertaining. Pure entertaining. It's like watching a movie sometime, and we can't get enough of watching that. So thank you guys for that. I can't say I'm rooting for one more than another because there's a lot of history, right? I know both Koto and now Odin Seed, and I think they all are awesome in different ways. Koto go back from the old game. One of my close friend, Base Hunter, was in that guild, and some of my Swedish friends were in that guild, if I'm not mistaken. So, and they had a blast playing in the game for many years, and they were part of that guild. I think that there's a lot of members from those old days in Code today as well. But I also think there are quite a lot of new people, right, showing up. Short Row, thank you so much for the gifts, man. You're killing it. Thank you. Are able to activate alt servers then in time to appease a large influx of players? Yes, that's exactly what I was setting in place to be ready when we're taking those different steps. If it goes crazy and we need more capacity, then we are able to do that very efficiently. Yes. So I say good luck to both Odin and Koto. As long as they have exciting and fun conflicts, that can be very meaningful as well, right? For all involved. I've seen Odins take a lot of beatings in both PvE and PvP, but they seem to grow stronger every time and take the beatings with grace and learn and adapt from it, which is, you know, part of Mortal, which is a beautiful thing to see, that so many players can handle it in a very good way and actually adapt and get better. So they're showing some good spirits, that's for sure. KRS Dispatch, yes. Yes, but there are some streamers who tell people to buy the cheap copies from Argentina, etc. Yeah, that is what we're working on. So again, we're talking to Valve about this problem, and it's also forced us to adjust some of the prices. The regional pricing was quite insane, and yes, we saw abuse of it and simply had to stop some of that and do whatever we can. And this is also why we need additional payment providers that are highly professional in this area of field that can help us to make sure we don't have fraudulent criminal actions in our game.
Oh my god, another one.
Another one. Thornberry, that's it. It's stone. Thornberry and Snaz, those two characters are worth buying the game just to interact and hear them. that's a fact. It's so schnoz, yeah. Hilarious. The effort they put in, their voice acting and all the crazy stuff they come up with, pure entertainment right there. I would buy the game just to hang around an adventure with those guys because holy shit, I'm laughing so much when I hear that. I just hope that whenever anyone in Odin is streaming, that they participate or interact with one of those guys, because holy shit, it's so fun to hear. And I thought it was just awesome when they were gathering up and singing for me on my birthday. I saved that clip and it's just amazing, guys. So yeah, I think that is really awesome. Thumb, dude, is fun as hell. He is. It's awesome to see like Odin sees a lot of new players, right? They're growing rapidly and they're getting so many cool players that are doing really cool role playing. They show a huge strength in Mortal Online that can just explode out of proportion and show even more players that holy shit, you can do so many different things and different styles. If it fits you, fine. If it's something else that interests you, you know, you can always do something else. And it all fits in this one and same world, which is Mortal Online. And I think that is beautiful. Is there any plan on creating your own launcher, especially with the Epic Store release? Will make easier to switch between accounts also. We decided not to go that route because, again, we don't want to spend too much time in areas that is not really directly linked to the game development. We want to focus on the game 100% and not be too distracted with different types that add some security measurement and things surrounding that. So again, we try to utilize our partners that is, you know, one of the best in those categories, like Epic Games Launcher, Steam Launcher. Obviously, they are high security, heavily tested, robust, have infinite capacity. Same thing with the payment solution, private payment providers that we partner up with. I think that is a safe way for us to go. So there's no more risk added to any of our steps. We just focus on the game development. So that's how we see it for now, at least. Thanks for watching our streams. Indeed, the Owlcasts. You know, I always go in and see who's streaming today and try to, like I said, it's almost always going around in the background, and it's really cool. And like I said, every now and then we snap up some, that is right, we should tweak that, or we could refine that to improve that, you know, first hand experience when just watching someone play as well. New and old. Yes, racebacks will most likely be mountable. Many of the creatures will be mountable where it makes sense and fits. It just comes down to animation work. Thumberry. See if I'm falling back behind. Let me scroll down a little bit, guys. Ginea, thanks for the subscription. Got a lot of love for you too, Henrik. Thank you very much, Robbie. Thank you very much. Base Hunter was playing more than one. I love that. Yeah, it was. And he was quite a close friend to me. He was living in the same city as I was. So I knew him personally as well. Cool guy, good artist. And yeah, he was a huge fan of Mortal 9. He had many accounts in Mortal 1 and playing day and night. His agent even got mad at him because his manager, because he was just playing Mortal 9 instead of making music. And then he made some Mortal Online music that was really cool and epic, and people that never heard about Mortal Online wonder, holy shit, is this your new sneak peek from your new albums? And his manager got even more mad because that wasn't planned for. So yeah, he's a cool guy. And he should be back in Mortal Online 2 soon as well, again. Can't wait to stop paying for the sub so I can support the game development even more. Thank you very much, Delicious. Odin Seeds doesn't RPK. If you have evidence, send it to the higher ups in the guild, please. I mean, code is supposed to be RPK. I mean, okay, so you're talking about the conflicts between Koto and Odin Seeds. Can we increase the font for guild name when mouse over or add guild name to target frame? Can we increase the font for guild name? Do you mean the size? Or do you mean the render distance? I'm not entirely sure what you mean here. Jnaz is the best. Kodo is the bomb. Man, any plans for implementing new mobs? Yes, every now and then we are implementing new mobs as well, and including bosses and AI behaviors. PvE is a huge focus for us. Right, let me jump down. Yeah, we have the giveaway. It's slowed down, so let's see if we should roll it. I'm jumping down, guys, so sorry if I'm missing any important questions. Do I look high? Nah, come on, man. Maybe it's when I'm getting a little tired. My eyes get sleepy the latest hour when I do the stream because it's been a long day. It's getting quite late here. Zachary Gamble. Do I look high now? I don't think so. How many types of necromobs will there be? You will have to see, my friend. One of the big things is that you will be able to raise all dead creatures again under your control. So obviously that is everything multiplied with 2 already there. And then there will be some special things. Alright, we got some more giveaways. Explanation mark MO2, and I will run it in just a minute, guys. A minute. Undead Dragon's Den. Everything that have died you can raise again, but it will not have the same power as when it was alive, because remember, it's dead, right? It's not the same creature with the same thoughts and same power getting reused. It's a fallen dead body. You raise those dead body parts and they you control them pretty much. So that is an important balance also, obviously, but it's cool because you can raise a freaking troll. It will look savage and damaged, but you can control it. But obviously it won't be the same troll as when it was alive. Can you get any sneak peeks of the world bosses? Maybe I can arrange something of that in upcoming streams. I have nothing more prepared for this one other than the tower shields. Not super exciting, but I actually had plans to show the Tupelak creature, but the artist is sick, so it haven't reached the state where it was supposed to be today. So we wait for next week. Will there be an actual fish in the water that can kill us and we can hunt them with spears? Yes. Sea underwater contents, for sure. There will be sharks and very different dangerous creatures that will behave like, you know, like a creature on land, but obviously swimming creature behavior. We're excited for next patch. Keep up the hard work. Thank you very much. And yeah, there's some really solid stuff going in. Every patch of these 4 patches have some really solid, important stuff going in, and also fun content and features. So I think it's a solid start of our first roadmap. Hi, no, hyped, yes. So I can't wait for next patch. All right, Ogmir. Ogmir, the Swedish PvP Ogmir. The king of sewers. I've seen you stream quite a bit. I will be the undead rabbit king. The only thing I worry a little bit is everyone gonna play a necromancer on necromancy day? The world of Necromancer. The Necromancy battle begins, I guess. I mean, I can't blame you because I wanna play a Necromancer as well because it's fresh, it's cool, it offers completely new things. And then obviously over time when we get more and more schools, I think you will see more pinpoint where people find their favorite style. And will there be a National Farmer Joe Day in game? Maybe we can arrange something like that. When is subscription come to enable? We don't have the exact date yet, but the plan was obviously to continue on the roadmap directly after release if the backend issues didn't happen, which meant that there's a free month and then subscription was supposed to start, so we can continue according to plans. Put that on hold, so we postponed it already 3 months now. We plan to go back to that plan and schedule now when we also go back to our roadmap work. So we will see. We will announce what date we're looking at to be fully back on the schedule. How will tower shields be balanced? I mean, obviously they are large, right? Very large. So it's gonna be obviously more difficult to hit you with melee and arrows. That's the tower shield's strength. But it's also obviously a much larger and heavier shield, so it comes with that natural balance as well. So you will have to play around with it to see where its strength and weakness lies also. Shall we pull it, guys? I think it's time to pull the Easter giveaway. Are you guys going for Easter hunting? Is it Sunday? Do we celebrate Easter bunny hunting worldwide or only in a few areas in the world? I'm not sure. Hey Henrik, hello nerds Half-Life. We want to come up and fix it. We are balancing it, yes. Fixed, do you mean something is broken or are you referring to balance? It's a very important, huge difference. So choose your words wisely so we understand what you mean. Easter Sunday is the holiday for heathens. Oh, okay, I didn't know. Mostly Christian countries. Oh, okay. We get more bunny spawns during Easter. Maybe we will. Maybe some poisonous bunnies. There's no Easter here in Japan. Ah, okay. The Outcast. No Easter there. What do they have instead? When are the tower shields being added? They don't make it this patch on Tuesday, so most likely the next one if things goes smooth. What do you think about PvP Stadium? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Do you mean the arena function or... Easter is a Christian holiday when Jesus came back to life. Ah, yeah. That's true. Is there any coming updates on partial rewards? Yeah, there's gonna be quite a few additions and updates on partials, and those are not outlined on the roadmap because there will be a few steps here and there in the upcoming patches, such as the tower shields now. When can we start training a pets in stable, something like that? Most likely with TC as well, at latest. I don't think they will be earlier than that currently. Many things broken about mounted combat. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? I want to know what is fixed, if what is fixed. I need to be more specific. I've been playing around with Mountain Comet quite a lot, and also to see where we need to rebalance it or refine it or buff a few things to give it a better options on a battlefield. But it's been working quite fine since we added it. It's more question of balance. Thanks for hard work on this awesome game. Thank you, this Sarevok. And plans to fix the argument fuzz busting out of the armor. It's goofy. Yeah, there's some fur leaking out a little bit too much. It's not that easy just to cut it, you know. So sooner or later we will find stuff like that. All right, it's time, guys. The Easter Bunny giveaway. T. Gallagher with the subscription. Thank you very much. And Shorter with another gift. Another one. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Armor fur cannot be controlled by mere armor. That is true. Okay, guys, it's time. I'm gonna start our traditional giveaway of Mortal Line 2. We have a good amount signed up, so let's roll it, guys. I wish you all a good luck on this roll, and I'm starting it now. Good luck, folks. Here we go. Here it is. Here it is. Good luck. Nee, nee, nee. Here we go. Here we go. Will it crash? No, I don't think so. Congratulations on Dead Freddy. You won yourself a copy of Mortal Online. Congratulations. Are you in here? Please send me a PM. Undead Freddy. Are you here, my friend? Undead Freddy? Oh, cool. New key for Say Smokey. No, you son of a bitch. Absolutely not. Is Healing for Clay coming in the next update? Yes. Undead Freddy. Are you here, my friend? So I can give the key. I'm here. Great. Great. If you respond to that message, I will be able to give you a key. All right. There you go. Congratulations. Undead Freddy, are you new to Mortal or old timer? You're welcome. No, Smokey won't be getting a free key. He is on that list, you know. No free keys. All Unforgiven 2K3. Where did you come from? Are you completely lost or just a pure troll? That's a serious question. That's ridiculous. Come on. Holy cow. Am I here for fun? Without making a living? Haven't spent 16 years of my life in creating something I'm incredibly passionate about and trying to offer something unique. That's sad, man. Come on. Come on, man. Come on. Alright. Cool to hear, Undead Freddy. And enjoy that key. Henrik's. No, it's bad. It's not that personal, dirty G. We have a system for, obviously, what's going on in the game. Some people just want to watch the world burn. Indeed. Sadly, that is true. Let's make the best out of it, at least. Just wish you had better coders or something. Timerical, I can tell you that I have some of the best coders in Sweden, and Sweden have a lot of good coders. It doesn't come down to that lack of experience or knowledge about what we're doing. It comes down to something much more complicated, and just try to imagine that when you're usually building something like this, the complexity of it requires from 400 to 1,000 people, and it takes many years. Now try to make that happen with 5 main developers, and also not that easy that you can copy World of Warcraft, which everyone else is doing. We're trying to do something that is unique and comes from a whole different approach. I love the roots coming from Ultima Line, but making that in a modern technology, creating that network solution, it doesn't come down to something as basic as that. We just need some better coders. I will tell you that we could have, put the best coders in the world, and with the time and resources that we had to deliver things, it's a very difficult thing to change that just by pure brute force. Sure, if we had more time, more resources, more good developers, coders that have a lot of experience in this specific fields that is required to build a game like this, sure, things would be looking different. We would have more polish. Comparing Model Line to New World of Warcraft, and any other big MMO, obviously you would be able to notice some differences, right? It would be odd if there were no distinct differences. With a whole different pipeline, totally different types of resources and amount of developers, and obviously we need to find ways that is unique and that makes it possible. 9 out of 10 MMOs never see day of light, and there's a good reason for that. And we have been close to never deliver a MMO game ever, and that would have been it. There wouldn't have been a second chance, and we wouldn't be in here today at all to have a chance. And we fully understand what it means to make MMO pretty much from scratch, and we also know why 9 out of 10 doesn't see light. They never get to be released. If we want this game, we had to do extreme things to make it happen. And that's have been my main task, to try to make the impossible possible. Over all my years, I always heard, it's not possible. You can't do it like that. And, join Massive instead. Join DICE. I wasn't interested in making Battlefield 5. I was interested in making a true sandbox MMO. And what are the options? How do you do that? How do you make it happen? Do you jump in one of the biggest companies in the world and all of a sudden get the luxury of deciding everything and make your dream game? That will never happen. You will never be able to jump in there and be responsible and design an MMO game. It just simply doesn't happen. You can try to start your own company and make it happen, like hundreds of others that never get close to a playable version whatsoever. Most likely a client-based version running, but nothing on the network side, have been the 99% of the cases worldwide. And I have to say I'm proud that we managed to do what we have done, even though we have had a lot of problems. I'm not denying that. But no, it wouldn't have changed if I'm changing developers, because it's not just about that. It's much more complex than that. When I worked around this for a few years, you will fully understand what I'm talking about here, or understand what I'm trying to explain. That, yeah, maybe we were crazy to try to make the most challenging, most difficult game in the world that you can make with so little resources and few developers. Yeah, maybe I was crazy trying to do that. But at the same time, I'm having a blast in Mortal Kombat 2, even since Combat Beta, and we have thousands of players supporting us, sharing that thought, and that's all what's mattered for us. If that is growing and we have the support and funding for it, it will just get better and grow every year. So, what can I say? And I can tell you that I have had luck in getting in touch with developers like Sebastian, our core coder, many years ago, because he's one of a kind. That's just the truth. There is no one else that knows the technology and the development that we need for this type of game. Sure, there are brilliant developers worldwide that is amazing in doing World of Warcraft games or whatever game there is, but Mortal Online, how many games are there out there that is like Mortal Online, with the open complexity of dynamics in the game? I can't count any. So you need to have that whole picture in your mind when you're saying that statement. It's not true. And yeah. What about the bottleneck? Which bottleneck are we talking about? Glad påsk, maviosos. Happy Easter. Any plan idea about balance, like clade, weapons, etc.? 2 swords are highly spread as best weapon far. Bio Keijo. That is not entirely correct. If we look at a much broader picture, what is being used in the game, what many of the guilds are expressing, and what our data in the database is telling us, what people use. And I'm not talking about new players that just logged in, being added to that statistics and data. I'm talking about long-term players since beta that have been going through all clades, all weapon types in cycles. That tells us that we have never been in a better position in terms of balance with weapon groups and clade choices. And that's a fact. And sure, in here, I'm sure there will be those that says, no, Ogmiris is OP as hell, period. And then someone will say, no, Vilas are OP as hell. And then everyone will say, you're just fool, because humans are the best. You just simply haven't figured it out yet. And then we have other groups. No, it's Thirsa. They've always been the most powerful. You see, it's already happening. Similar things with weapons. Obviously, there is room for refinement when it comes to weapon groups. We see some of them are being underused, while we still see a big spectrum of axes, swords, pole axes, spears, daggers. I mean, we already covered everyone, but, what else do we have? Pole swords, a little bit less used. Hammers have its use in specific ways. again, every single weapon groups are used quite a lot. So it tells us something that people choose for their different opinions and different tactics and builds, and they all works very efficiently and very well. So we're very happy with having a very solid baseline. And with that said, for sure, there's always room for improvement and fine tuning to get even more use of, especially those underpowered or less used ones. I mean, there is a difference between pole strat and pole axe. I mean pole sword and sword. There's a huge difference, and there's also an additional step that is coming in the upcoming roadmap, which is special moves for every weapon group, which will obviously give pole weapons a unique ability as well. So there are additional steps. We have poison for specific short blades as well. Some things will obviously also affect them down the road. Yeah, the pole weapons can give you some crazy range that obviously is superior sword range. We did a small buff on pole swords, and since then we have seen a bit more use for pole users out there. Special moves mean backstab, skillful dagger. We're looking at, so again, we're refining all those steps. A few things worked pretty well, and a few things was not exactly how we intended to be. This time again, we tried to go through them in detail to make sure they fit and are more as we intended them to be. But every weapon group will have a special attack that can have a special effect or outcome that is tactically useful in the right situations to, again, offer more options, tactics, and player skills. Is the Sadaka stam drain fixed yet? Yeah. There's different stam usage in Maryland right now, from the cold mountains to almost everywhere else in the world. As we mentioned before, Maryland is supposed to have a more standardized heat overall that doesn't affect you severely at all, while other continents will go to extremes, cold or hot, that will affect you, that requires specific setups, gear to be as efficient as possible over there. We found that this is enabled in Milan, and the heat temperatures, as you can see in your character window, are going nuts. So yes, these have been one of the factors affecting your stamina that we didn't know until we found this out. And that have been fixed for this next patch as well. So there will actually be a change in your stamina in this coming patch, which means you're not as fatigued as you are if you are in extreme temperatures. Biakara, thank you very much for the subscription. Thanks for answering. Keep up the good work and let the journey continue. Thank you very much, and indeed it will continue. It's just beginning, guys. This is the beginning. I'm very excited for this year. There are several steps that we're going to reveal and publish in the coming month now that is very exciting for Mortal Online and its future. I have a very strong growing faith that Mortal Online will be the best Sandbox MMO in all time. What was that deep voice? It's there's a little function you can do that by spending some of those points. Yeah, we want to add a rename option on bags. that is a good quality of life function that you guys have suggested. So for sure.
Human Supreme.
There it is. Human Supreme.
Alvarin the Supreme.
Alvarin. And plans for house decoration outside your house, example like flags and fences. Along with TC, we're looking into what you can do in your influenced land area. So we're still playing around with that, making sure that, again, performance is a key component here. When you're doing subs, we don't have the exact date yet, but now when we're going back to track the roadmap, delivering content every second week, that's when we also plan to start that free month, and eventually subs will be required to play in the game. We will announce obviously when that date is determined.
Human the Supreme.
I've dedicated my life to playing Model 9. Will you allow me to make a new account? So we have rules in place and we have staff that follow procedure. As long as that is followed, everyone is fine. If that is broken, you're not fine anymore. It's as simple as that. No, near 3. Sounds like a crazy rumor or just someone that is trolling you. Obviously, we have make sure that mods and staff is going through specific steps, and any staff representing or any staff members such as GMs in the game, etc., have no relation whatsoever to any guilds players, and they're not allowed to play, and they're not players. They're externally hired developers, period. That's it. We learned that the hard way about 10 years ago, and we have a strict policy on that. Can we have the option to change the color of bags, dye them or something? Most likely with the dyeing function coming. That is what we're planning to support. And plans on change the broker's search to be more robust. Yeah, we heard some suggestions where the broker can be improved. So for sure, quality of life and options such as that, yes. Logging with bows when? Good question, good question. Is there already a plan for a yearly sub purchase? So when we offer the subscription options, then there will be from 1, 3, 6, and maybe 12 month with discounts, the bigger package you may choose from. We're following quite the standards when it comes to those offerings, such as, that other games are offering as well. The thing about Arena function, we have grand plans for Arena. Very robust system that allows you to sign up for many different rules, and there will be a ranking system and rewards tied to that and bettings. So yeah, you will be able to trying to fight to become the best gladiator in all time as solo, but also as team. Are going to be consequences for streamers who openly break game mechanics on stream and abuse the game. Anyone that cheats the game or break rules will have consequences, obviously. There's rules in play, and staff enforce those rules. So anyone that breaks them, there will be consequences, obviously. Learn the hard way is an understatement. So we used players as counselors 10 years ago, which means they have limited powers. But yeah, some of them went corrupt, and that's obviously on us. That obviously showed us that won't work anymore, and we removed that program. And since then, we have hired external developers that knows nothing about Model 9 pretty much, educate them in how our system works and how to enforce them, and they are our game masters currently. So I don't think it's an understatement, because there's other games that tried counselor programs with some success. We were hoping we could do it as well, but it didn't work for Mortal 9, so we disbanded that program. And then, of course, there are rumors that we have developers and GMs that are corrupt and players, but that is nothing more than rumors and silliness. Like I said, why would I ruin my life work and livelihood for something such stupid? But there will always be rumors like that, and we just hope that you think twice before trusting a 14-year-old troll or crazy person, other than we trying to run a professional business and offer this game for everyone to enjoy. And I heard of this Robmo guy. Can we trust him? He is currently our community manager, and I think he's doing a good job so far, helping us with information. I've been quite busy, especially around release, and I simply just focus 100%, 16 hours a day, Monday to Sunday, working on the game. Then he has been very helpful in communicating from us to you guys, giving updates and all that. And now we can slowly also, giving updates on other interesting things, but also interesting in-game content finally. Coffee grinds. How much sub is going to be? We're following the same price just as World of Warcraft. What is it? 14 something US dollar regional based for 1 month, and then there's a discount for bigger package. So we're following that standard. Lifetime sub 2. I'm not sure. So we offer some of those lifetime subs with some cool stuff in the old game. They were quite crazy expensive, but history or time shown that that was actually a good investment, because that moved over to Mortal 2. They already have 10 years of sub in the first game, and now they have at least 10 years more in Mortal 2. So quite well worth spend the money. We will see what we can cover. Look tired, you should sleep soon. Indeed, I'm actually hitting the 4-hour mark, so that is correct. And updates on upcoming in-game events, Robmo posted in Discord. Yeah, so like I mentioned before, I've talked about that before as well, that we do have a lot of plans when it comes to events, starting and triggering things, and a lot of this is tied to lore that you can read on as well. So I'm very happy to have more people being able to help us taking those steps sooner, and being more effective on that. And like I said, we're working with Mats when it comes to making sure lore and everything is tied correctly in the game world. We've done many different steps in the first game that didn't simply follow that. Many of those golden rules or lore and name standards. This time we want to make sure we follow that, have that proper in place. So yeah, there will be updates when it's time, and there will be different types of updates with heads up information. we will also add more and more in-game functions and tools that will allow to bind the lore functions in game with clues and information, because it's an RPG game as well, right? We want to make sure that it ties in the game, so those that doesn't follow the streams, the forums, or Discord or whatever, they can still find what's going on lore-wise and event-wise in the game by just being in the game and playing it and participating and finding things out within the game as well. So that is our goal, to tie that together in a good way and expand on it. You're free to watch my streams, save Smokey. Appreciate it. But yeah, obviously cheating and breaking rules is never allowed. Never do it if you care about Mortal Line, and even if you're not fully invested or committed to play it now, don't think it's worth it or whatever, that doesn't justify to try something silly, because trust me, in a year from now, everyone want to play Mortal Line, and if you have closed that door, you may be one of those sending us forgiveness letters every month, regretting one of the biggest regrets in your gaming history. Consider that before closing doors. Is the official Discord dead? T-Zoni, they always come with such strange claims. Why would the official Discord be dead? We have over 10,000, 15,000 quite active members every now and then. And we update it with all server stated. It's a good way to do server updates. And there's also obviously communications. So it's a huge channel and it's quite alive. And guys, getting risers through their spiked wall is considered exploit. I can't say exactly what is considered an exploit until I have the specific different scenarios. There's obviously a huge challenge in a game like this, which is also much more a challenge than a game like World of Warcraft, but it's at the same time it's the beautiful part of the game, but it's also at the same time the big challenge of the game. A huge open sandbox world that is played in your way, how you find ways of playing it, find clever way, bad way, good ways, whatever. As long as it's not an apparent game-breaking thing that breaks the game, and that's not reported, then that's one thing. But if there's a hole in a wall and you can shoot in it, that's more on us, right? Have we missed this hole? What is the situation, right? It comes down to that, and obviously we need to make sure that we do our best in making sure the challenge is as close to what we are aiming for, at least, even though players always find creative ways. And that's one part of the game. I found out new tactics. This is very effective. Wow, cool. Okay, let's do it like that. As long as that doesn't mean you're breaking the game mechanics in a very apparent way where it's not meant to, which we go in and clarify. Now, this is game breaking. This is wrong. It's not legal or whatever it may be. Or it is, like I said, if that's a big window and you can shoot arrows in that window, that's up to us to obviously work around if that's a balance issue that players finds. So it's a very wide spectrum of question. What is an abuse, griefing, or what's not? What is unbalanced, or what is just bad game design or visual design that simply allows for something apparently stupid or bad or whatever it may be. And I'm sure that this will never just be, okay, that's it, perfect, there's nothing more, it's done. In a game like this, where it constantly evolves, new content, new features, new tools, new mobs, new dungeons, we can all say that there will be weakness, there will be imbalance, and that's obviously our job as developers to work on as good as we can. And then there's obviously this line where if there's an obvious dupe, your pet becomes 10 pets and you can slaughter them all and make money. That is apparent, right? Everyone with a brain understands that this is against the rules and it's bad for the game. That's when we hit hard, obviously, and are forced to work, spend a lot of resources into go through all that, fixing it, wiping, cleaning, and it steals development time from all of us. So we have to push away things on a roadmap, and obviously that is just bad, right? We all agree on that. So that is the game's number one enemy, and we all fight it as much as it's possible. That's just it. It's just logic, right? So I'm not involved in every case, so I don't know exactly what everyone is doing, but save Smokey, if my knowledge is not wrong, you were one of those that did dupes on pets, which is against rules and very stupid to do, because that obviously led to a ban, right? And you understand why and why that is necessary, I'm quite sure. So, and you're not alone, obviously. We have banned, it's over 1,500 accounts by now. Quite a lot of accounts that we have had to ban due to various illegal activities in the game. And obviously that have, again, forced us to spend a lot of development time in filling those holes, fixing things, adding more tools, and more detections, more systems. It's a huge work. But in the long run, it's good for the game, because that means we won't have that crap, down the road. And that's the main goal, by spending all this time and pausing the development, because I think it's worth it. What is the best place to report potentially game-breaking bugs to ensure they get seen? So there's a few ways, right? So obviously everything in-game should always be reported by the in-game tools, but also depending on the pressure and stressor there, it's also good depending on what it is. If it's something critical you're very worried about, it's always good to reach out to one of our staff members. They are on Discord. We have our GMs, our community manager, Robmo. If you reach out to them with the information, they will be 100% logged, and we will go through them in meetings with developers to make sure what are they, what level of severity, are they already covered or not, etc. So obviously we highly appreciate if you guys find something, reaching out is a good way for sure to help us solve those things as fast as possible. I logged in a couple of days ago and my bear was back by my side after had been killed the day before. Can I get in trouble for that? No, obviously if you're playing the game normally and your pet is dying and you're playing normally and logging in one day and it just pops up out of nowhere, that is obviously a bug that won't get you banned. That is quite different from if you find a way how to make that bear multiplied by 20 and then mass killing them, mass selling that resources. You see the clear difference, right? It's a very clear difference, and that's very clear in the logs as well when someone is getting all those pets, killing those pets or creatures. Everything is logged. It's just quite time consuming to go through this, but necessary. So with the alt servers, we got quite a few issues because the alt servers were never intended to be alt Myrlands. So that was a world record speed in creating a whole new system to support a secondary Myrland through the chaotic release of Mortal to allow players to at least start to play again and not just sit in queues. But that very rushed work obviously came with a few issues. Surprisingly few, actually, with that world record coding. But yes, that led to some odd scenarios with pets, especially, got affected by that. So this is also why we want to shut down the alts in that way as soon as we can with proper stability and capacity. And get the real function for the next continent instead, that also doesn't use those code parts that is record speed builds that could include issues and bugs. So we are very careful about identifying what happened here, what kind of bugs or not, you know. Thanks so much, Henrik. You're doing an excellent job. Keep the game hardcore and in the same spirit as MO1. Thank you and have a good night. Thank you. Thank you. All right, guys. I think this will be it for me today. As always, it's been a pleasure to hang out with you. Appreciate that you tune in and ask a lot of questions, participating in our giveaways, and just talking about interesting things and upcoming roadmap. We have a very exciting time ahead, I think. I'm getting more and more excited when I see these steps getting close to being delivered and we can continue on the more exciting development path. I know that, you know, we've been still for 3 months now and that gets quickly boring. But again, necessary core development for the game's future to be even better. And now we're looking at Tuesday next week. We deliver the first roadmap patch with a lot of goodies and good fixes. And then we'll just continue from there every second week. Very exciting stuff. So yeah, thank you very much, guys, for participating in the streams as always. And let's see, we will do a raid today, guys. Do we have anyone online? Let's see. We have quite the variation here. I may have gone through most guys. Do we have a vote where we should do a raid? We see more Roman themed armor. Roman theme is from the Taming Empire, right? And we do have quite a few from them already, as you've seen. So we aim to have a line of something from every clade, first of all, to have a nice base. And then obviously we will just continue adding more and more from the different ones. Bruce. That's why he haven't been streaming lately, Bruce. I saw him frequently every day, and then he was gone. The leader of Odin Seed, right? A very nice guy. So he's back streaming. Right, so let's see. We have a few Odin Seeds. We have a Squirrely. I guess we have to start rotating soon and sharing the raids, rotating again. What do we say, guys? What do you want to watch? We have Fisherman, we have Odin Seeds, RP Adventures, we have Jonah Vale Adventures. What do we have else? I'm not too familiar with many of the others. What do we say? Bruce, Squirrely, Bruce. Someone crafting. Squirrely, Bruce. Bruce. All right, let's do a rotation then again. So Bruce. Let's do a Bruce this time. And then we rotate from there. I did squarely 3 streams ago, I think, or something like that. Very nice guy, the Master Fisherman, and he will get his title soon in one of our upcoming patches, I promise. Alright, let's do Bruce this time. Where do I have my raid? Here. Alright, Bruce Lee Rob. Let's do it then. Alright guys, again, thank you so much for tuning in. It means a lot to me that you guys are here. I want to make that very clear that, you know, if you're here and showing interest, we will keep doing this. I try to do my best in covering it and have interesting, exciting stuff, and I will try to make ahead plans for very exciting streams as well. It depends on if you want to be here and keep doing them, obviously. Should I spend that on trying to do something interesting for the upcoming streams? So yeah, thank you guys for making this possible. I appreciate it, and thank everyone for subscription and donations and all that. Again, highly appreciated. And all right, let's call it a night, and I will chill the coming hour now. Take some time off today and watch some streaming as well. All right, guys, thank you so much again, and I will catch you on the next stream and patch on Tuesday, guys. So I won't be streaming before next patch. Remember that. Tuesday gonna be exciting if everything goes as planned, but I think so. It looks pretty solid so far. So yeah, first roadmap patch. All right, guys, thank you so much, and have a good night. And I will do a little raid. And yeah, say hi to Bruce, give him some follow and some love, and watch the Odin Seed madness appear in front of you. I hope Znaz and Thomberil is there, and we can witness that. That will be a awesome ending for the streams tonight. All right, guys, thank you so much, and have a good night.